Good morning, good morning, good morning. From Halifax in the UK, we are here live from the Halifax track in Yorkshire, England, for the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships for 2025. Thank you very much for joining us here on RC Racing TV and EFRA RC Motorsport Europe. You're just in time. We weren't actually planning, but let's say we were planning this. This is literally the top heat, just about to go out live right now. You can see them on screen. This is in the car number 1 is Dario Balestre in that orange car. In that minty green car number 2 is Carmina Raiola, his teammate Tony Gruber from Germany in the Capricorn, Lamberto Collari, Simon Kurzberg, Maxime Rapol, Francesco Tarone, Mirko Salemi, Marco Vigerding, and Vigerding, Andrea Catanzani also in this top heat. Now, this is not I say a top heat. It's top group, I should say. It's actually time practice 1. So we were scheduled to come on live for time practice at this time, but for time practice 2. And here we are. There was a little bit of a technical delay. Thankfully, not on our part. We had nothing to do with it. But this is just warm-up right now. So here we are. That's Dario Balestre just going underneath our main camera. Kieran on the cam. Well, I can't say cam, can I, say this weekend? Because we actually have a cam with us here at the track. So Kieran on the camera. And Dario is pulled into the pits now. And we're with Carmina Raiola. His Ray-Ban, well, not Ray-Ban, but aviator glasses wearing teammate. Get a little sideways there in the banking at the end of the straight. Drivers finding this track very interesting indeed. And the last time we were here for an EFRA European Championship was in 2013 when we saw Gilles Grosskamp take the win. And very happy to be commentating on that one for RC Racing TV. And Gilles isn't here though this weekend. So who was that? That's Stig Berntsen in the live chat saying Gilles or Tinu, one of the dark horses. Well, unfortunately, Gilles not here. Gilles is concentrating on the new Infinity electric touring car chassis platform, and we are just about to get going. We have, well, the live timing says 1 minute to start. Yeah, so there's a little bit of a delay in the live timing, but we have 50 seconds before the actual time practice kicks off. And so this is a 4-minute run. Weirdly, for time practice 2, it's a 5-minute run. So just keep that in mind. This is only 4 minutes, and then there's about a 3-minute gap. And like I said, we were planning to be live for about the middle of time practice 2, but because there was about a half-hour delay, well, you guys get to see an extra bonus run of the top group of drivers out on the track right now. So they've come into the track, into the pits. Well, some of them have. Some of them kept going. But everyone's going out for their final fuel stop before the 4-minute run kicks off. And the timing loop is immediately right underneath our camera through the chicane. You're going to have to figure out some names for these chicane, these turns. Obviously, there's a back straight, the banked loop. Let's see who we have picked up at the back side here. So this is car number 8 of Mirko Salemi, former European champion. I think once or twice at least. I think he's a world champion as well in, I might be getting a mix up with Brigitte, I think, actually. So it's another Mirko. So yeah, Mirko running the Capricorn in this number 8 orange car going down the main straight. And look how tight that entry is. And he's getting it sideways through the banking. Let's drop back one car to the minty green car, Carmina Raiola, from just underneath us. There's those 2 timing loops. There's a main timing loop and a backup timing loop. And the drivers telling us, even these pro guys like Raiola and Balestre, telling us it is very narrow coming onto the main straight, just right here. Because from the driver's perspective, it's literally like the thickness of a pencil lead It is so thin. If we drop back another car, we've got Dario Balestre in the sort of dull orange color in that car number 1. So, of course, Carmine and Dario, both teammates. Oh, and who was that just went off camera? Car number 6. Okay, so we're trying to catch up with things. We got Maxime Ripoll from France taking over the top spot at the minute. So all 4 minutes counting in this one. So it's not just 3 fastest laps in a row or anything like that. That's what it was for controlled practice yesterday. So if we drop back another car, let's see who we pick up is the car 7. I can actually read the car numbers. It's amazing. It's Francesco Taroni, another Infinity car. Francesco, my namesake, my name brother. Oh no, Francesco's peeled off. What's he doing in the pits? Oh, okay, getting a little bit of tweaking and tuning. I don't know his mechanic's name, but here's a good view of the pits. I'm not sure what he's adjusting on the back there. Could be ride height or change of springs or whatever. This is practice. Okay, so let's see who we can pick up. Not one of those other cars. So let's see this car here, just coming underneath this. Sorry. They come very, very quickly. This is the car number 6 of Maxime Ripoll. Yeah, Maxime, we talked to him yesterday in the opening ceremony. Make sure to check that out on the EFRA Facebook page and RC Racing TV YouTube. We got to talk to a few of these drivers. Maxime, young youth champion a couple years back, so we know he's pretty quick. I'm trying to recall what he's running the X-Ray. So X-Ray, one of our broadcast partners this weekend. I want to thank all of our broadcast partners, X-Ray, ELSC Tune, Lens Bodies, and Energy Fuel for allowing us to bring you this coverage live and for free all weekend long. So let's drop back another car, see who we pick up. Is this blue car? I think it's a number 4. I can actually read all the car numbers. Amazing. Lamberto Calari. So anyone who's followed Nitro on-road racing in the past 20 years, or 30 years probably, will know the name Lamberto Calari. Multiple world champion, I think 9-time world champion, and multiple European champion as well in this category. So that is the run finish. Don't worry if we didn't follow your favorite driver. Like I said, we did not expect to be following these drivers out. So it looks like Balestre and car 8 actually just didn't finish of Mirko. But it doesn't matter. It's 4 minutes of driving. I think I'll give it about a minute before I'm assuming that we're not going to have the next group go straight out. But right. Okay, so let's catch up with a little bit of housekeeping because I think we have possibly a 10-minute break. It's in the schedule, but because there was a really big delay because of a technical issue about an hour or so ago, we're running about half an hour behind the normal schedule. So let's see if we can just see what's happening after. Here's the finishing results. And then we'll play some adverts and just catch up with things.
makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Ben's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
There he is.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
And now we got the Mink on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pit, so Poleman is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Ben. Ben and Hatler right together now. On the last shot, and Ben's on the inside. He's got him.
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error. So Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for it for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go on the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum,
And I'm Frank McKinney.
and here are your headlines. There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
There he is.
Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, we don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama. Another good one.
Yeah. Okay, welcome back. We are having a little bit of a break. So, and just so you know, for people who know how to look up these things, on MyRCM, the time schedule for today has been updated. So if you just hit refresh on that. and that will update the information that you guys are seeing. So we're looking to have a start the time practice round 2 with 5-minute runs next. 5-minute runs. I can already hear some engines getting started. So 5-minute runs about to start in about 4 minutes. But I thought, hey, why not? Let's catch up with things and do some housekeeping. Say hi to everybody in the live chat. We know there's people watching from around the world already. And, right, so first of all, we said first comment today from Stig Bernston. Hi, Stig, how are you? Good morning. Great to see Halifax again. My bet is Dario or Simon takes the title. I think it's going to be pretty tight. Of course, Dario is the defending European champion. His teammate Raiola, second place last year. And if you guys watch that, bit of drama in that final. Catanzani, very, very strong. I mean, there's 6 Italian racers, and all of them are in the top 10. So, it's crazy just to see the amount of skill coming out of Italy in these Nitro on-road categories. But yes, we do have the Swiss racer Simon Kurzberg looking very strong indeed, and so it'll be very interesting to see how things shake up with him. And just to read off the rest of the names in the top group after free practice. So we have Dario Bellestre, Simon Kurzbuch, Jiri Saarinen, who is a name I am not familiar with, I have to say, but obviously a Finnish racer running a Mugen, so an older car, but he's third after free practice. Andrea Catanzani, as we said, GT8 top racer, a top 1/8 racer, top Serpent racer, period. So that will be very interesting to see what he was knocked out very early on in goings in last year's main final. And then we have Carmine Raiola, 5th after all the free practices. Mirko Salemi, top Capricorn. Tony Gruber, 2nd top Capricorn. So that's interesting. Francesco Tironi, as I said. Then we have Alvaro Fernandez Calvo from Spain, another Spanish racer of Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. Top Brit is Alex Thurston, currently 11th overall after free practice yesterday. Timo Leino from Finland running the Infinity. This is his only class that he's racing, same with Tironi. So Timo, obviously top electric touring car racer back in the day, winning all sorts of things, and now concentrating only on Nitro track. Top Dutch racer is Rick V from the Netherlands. Next fastest Brit is Tim Wood, and I unfortunately skipped past Maxime Rapol, top French racer. And as I said, running the top driver running an X-Ray, I believe. I'm not sure what Calvo and Garrido are running. If anyone is familiar with them, I don't know what they are running. But yeah, Maxime, junior champion from a couple of years ago, and yeah, it will be very interesting to see where they're able to place themselves. Of course, that's after free practice, which is just looking at the best 3 consecutive race laps, best 3 consecutive laps. And then, but we've just had the first running of timed practice, which is basically seeding. It puts everybody in order for the seeding of. I'm trying to bring up the reports, the various reports. It tries to put everybody into the seeding for practice here, for qualifying. So I'm not sure if this is correct on MyRCM, but MyRCM is saying ranking list after practice, which is what we're in now. Alex Thurston fastest lap, or no, best 3 laps, I should say. Alex Thurston is top, then Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido, then Timo Leino, then Simon Kurzbuch, Carmine Raiola, Lars Hopp, Nicola Morone, Robin Hertog, Maxime Rapol, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo. I'm not sure how much to trust that, to be honest, because that's over 3 laps and that's over practice. So anyway, I think forget those top 10 results that I just said because I don't think that's going to be correct. So let's continue on with the live chat. Yuka Ovaskainen, RC, giving us a thumbs up while he was waiting. Thank you very much, Yuka, for joining us. Sam Matthews, happy to be here and to see RC Motorsport here in the UK. Yes, and just a couple miles north of the house. So didn't have to take any flights or wake up at silly o'clock in the morning. And here we are. We're at the Halifax track once again. Last time we were here was I mentioned earlier, 2013. Good race for Yillis Grosskamp, and yeah, so it'll be good to see how things go this weekend. Dino DeMarco saying, "Morning guys, thanks for coverage. Watching from Melbourne, Australia. G'day. Sig Bernstein saying timekeeping on this heat is very wrong. Yes, as I said, yeah, of course that's before that they updated the timing. Frederick RC saying hi Frederick RC. Journey Records saying greetings from Cape Town, South Africa. Cheers, Tyron. I hope I said that right. The Journey Records also Mugen Mafia. And Frederick RC saying currently on the Isle of Wight. Wow, okay, fantastic. So all up and down the UK. Oh, and we've already got a lost tire from the first car out on the track. That is not a good start. That's the mechanic is going to be shaking their head slightly. So on the track right now, you can see there's the drivers. 9 Brits and a Dutchman. And there's that car that is Lamberto Collari. There's nothing like a 9-time world champion to rescue your car. I've had Masami Hirosaka rescue my car after I forgot to glue the tires on in my final. And yeah, so that wasn't embarrassing at all. Thanks, Masami. Thanks, Lamberto, for picking up that car. And Millbill saying watching from Belgium. Yes, we have a single Belgian racer here. I didn't get to talk to him in the opening ceremony because they were quite late coming out, but yeah, good to see good international representation as always. So we only have a few drivers out. I don't know why that is. But anyway, you might be wondering why there's no noise. Well, these are the electric 1/8 European Cup Championship cars. Yeah, so these are electric. That's why they're sat there. They're just sat there, like nicely, just very importantly, quietly, which is fabulous. So yes, we have 2 groups of electric 1/8 cars, and this is the first one going out. So there's a lot of, we do have information on pretty much all of the racers actually as well. Most of them are Serpent electric cars. There's a couple of Infinity, I mean, I don't know if we can call them prototypes, but the conversions at least. There's an ARC chassis, and yeah, there's quite a lot of variety in this category. I don't know if there's any X-Rays, because I know X-Ray does a couple of chassis, electric chassis, but I am trying to find out more of what the racers do. So let's see who we pick up first. Let's see this orange and white car. Let's say running a Serpent because I can see the stickers, and that's the car 0. Ooh, cutting it very close and going fast. I must say. I think this is Mark Green. No, it's not Mark Green. Mark Green is running one of these categories, though. Tom Jefferson is this car 10. And you can see very quick these cars. Of course, you know, as we know with electric cars, instant torque, very, very fast. And, you know, of course, very, very light. The main amount of weight is going to be the batteries and the motor itself. Everything else on the car is, you know, basically, apart from the chassis and the middle bits of the car, it's going to be straight off of the Nitro-powered version. So who's this other orange car? Is the okay? It was the one just passing the 0. So the 0 started getting a little bit squirrely. Now, weirdly, these cars are running different spec tires. They're running contact tires rather than the hot race handout tires. I don't know exactly why yet, but obviously there has been testing on these. Ideally, you know, the racers don't want to just be handed, oh, here's random set of tires that's never been tested on this track. So I'm assuming what happened was because there's so many Brits, the BRCA kind of got the information from the drivers who participate in this racing and got the info and said, okay, well, let's, you know, we want to use these instead of what you're handing out to the Nitro racers. So let's move forward to these white cars because this is just a gaggle of cars. They're just all 5 cars, all just gathered around each other. And the orange, oh, wow. Great pass there. That instant torque is just fabulous to see in action. That orange car scything through the field. And that's the number 1 of Michael Ogilvy. Or Oglivy. Oglivy? And let me see what information I have on Michael. Running running a Serpent. And he actually runs at the Halifax club. So this is his home track advantage, I think we can. Oh, and a nice big flip there from that. Trying to get off the grass. I don't think it's, no, it's stuck. Again, Lamberto going out and collecting. So it's the 1 and the 0 having a nice little tete-a-tete. The 0 again is that the car of Tom Jefferson. Let's see what I have on Tom. I don't have anything on Tom Jefferson. He's not on the list that I've got. No, there he is. Running also a Serpent, and home club is Halifax. So these two, the orange cars just running away with it, basically. This red and white car is one of our slower vehicles, I maybe safely say. There's only running 1 number on the side. Oh, and getting it way off into the grass. It's the car 5 of Joe Diacono. Running a Serpent. Usually runs at Crystal Palace. So Crystal Palace is one of the few other, well, it's a southern-based track. I've never been there myself, but it's a pretty popular circuit. I'm assuming it's still running because it's listed as this driver's home track. Frederick RC saying, last weekend I went to an event at Sheepwash Raceway in the Isle of Wight. Okay. First of all, that's an amazing name for a track. And in my class, 2-wheel drive Cougar LD3M and came 2nd overall and came first in the 3rd F final. That's fantastic. Very good. Scott Waite saying, go on, Jake Sheldon, send it. Frederick RC saying, that was my first ever proper event. That's really good. I don't know if you've seen RCTV News for this weekend, but I did my first organized racing in about 20-something years. Oh, these 2 cars coming together. That's not a fantastic way to end a run. But yeah, I did the Shikabane racing, like Sean McGay type format, and that was quite fun. Doing here's a stricken vehicle, the Zoom of Doom, and that is car 6 of Martin Thorpe. Yeah, did some racing with a Tamiya comical buggy, a Hornet comical buggy. So one of the wheelie class, as they call it, because it's one of those. It's designed to wheelie, like the Wild Willie or the Lunchbox, and set pole position, winning 2 of my 3 qualifying races. Started on pole position and ended up tied for 3rd. And Mitch on the mic saying 1/8 electric, epic. Yes, we have one more group of it out there. They're going to be coming on next. Millbill saying, this makes me want to go to the track with my Serpent SRX8 GTE again. Fantastic. All right, so it's the next group of electric 1/8 heading out on track next. As we just try to get a few things situated here in the commentary booth. Yesterday, I can say, was very, very hot for most people. For me, it was hot, even. It was up to 31 degrees here in the UK, and that is hot for Yorkshire, I can tell you. I tried to say it's not really all that hot for me, but it was pretty warm. I was sweating quite a bit. So stay hydrated, people. Stay hydrated. John Walton saying Halifax track is awesome. Best setup in the UK. Yes, it's been a little while since I've been here, and yes, it is certainly one of the best facilities overall here in the UK. Obviously, a regular on the BRCA, the UK RC Federation, a regular on the BRCA challenge calendar. For Nitro, I think even large scale come here. I think that probably the only class that doesn't is off-road, for obvious reasons. But yeah, it's a fantastic facility, and you can tell, like, after you come here, a few times, you can see where things have been improved and upgraded, and even the fencing around the track has been updated and improved, and in general, it's just a regular series of improvements for the circuit and the club. John, of course, any event organizer is going to be stressed out by a European Championship on their doorstep, with the the expectations and all the drivers and team managers and officials that are involved. But yeah, it's a little bit stressed out, is John. But things are, I think, settling down now that the full program is underway. And there we go. There's our drivers that are going to be out in this next group of racing. Dino DeMarco saying they need to bring back the Pro 10 Pan car. Well, I don't know who you mean by they, but certainly I think X-Ray is, and there are niche companies in the U.S. that are putting out 10th Pan cars still. Scott Waite saying Craig Hook, my guy. Yeah, Craig in the number 6. He hasn't checked in yet, though. Frederick RC in the live chat saying, I would travel the world to go to any RC event that I would participate in. Well, certainly. And yeah, I mean that's the dream of any RC racer, isn't it? Travel the world and do some RC racing. And there's the box of tires that everybody gets. No tire truing allowed, no tire saucing, no tire warmers. Literally, just take them out of the box and plunk them on your car, and make sure they're attached. Unlike the car that we saw that had the tire come off in the last one. Good set of paint schemes out there. Just check the ND filter, Kieran. Make sure some of those cars are getting very washed out, but it might just be whatever. I mean, if it's flashing on the left side, left bottom left, it'll tell you what it needs to be. Okay, so let's find the car 1 out there. Mark Green, long time Serpent racer, and probably the best known British 1/8 IC track racer. And he's not been running at the Euros for many years now. I'm assuming he would probably say he's semi-retired. But there he is, running the electric Serpent chassis. And let's see what kind of times he can put down. And the timing has been updated. So we are looking at, yes, best 3 consecutive laps now. Over 5 minutes. And this is going to be, obviously, set the qualifying positions. So I think we can arguably say that Mark is going to set the fast. He's 2 seconds faster, almost 2 seconds faster than everybody else. It's easily a second and a half faster than Craig Hook and Nutting and Manton. So assuming no one beats his best 3 consecutive lap time of 42.8 seconds, Mark Green is basically, he's going to sort of pre-qualify himself or seed himself into the number 1 position for all of the qualifying heats. And if you're not familiar with the EFRA racing in general, this use what they call in the States it would be called IFMAR timing or IFMAR style qualifying, where everybody runs on their own clocks. So as you cross the start line, your clock has started, and you have basically, well, in qualifying, they're going to have 4-minute runs to set as many laps as it can in 4 minutes, and that will decide for each round of qualifying. The fastest driver in each round is going to set TQ for that round, and whoever sets, basically, in very basic terms, whoever sets the most number of TQs ends up on pole position for the main final, and then it works backwards from there, basically. All right, so that's plenty of laps with Mark Green. Let's find next car back. Let's find a different car. Here we go. Let's see who this is. Oh wow, they are very quick. I think this is the car number 2 of Nutting. Another Craig Nutting, or another Craig, I should say. So Craig Nutting. Let's see what information I've got on him. Running a Serpent, and runs at the Hinckley Club, which is down my neck of the woods, somewhere in the East Midlands. Nice and bright paint scheme. And looking pretty quick. Running 3rd in this group. Mark Green has improved his time by a second, roughly, and it looks like he's already pulled off. Come off the track. So Nutting, as you can see on the live timing there, 43.2 seconds over 3 laps. So it's best 3 consecutive laps. If we find another car, Kieran? So this is white and pinkish car. Purplish pinkish. And that is, I think it's the 5. Lee Chapman. I think it's familiar now. I've heard Lee's name, I believe. So another one running a Serpent. Of course, I think this is possibly the influence of Mark Green. Lee running out of the Scunthorpe Club. Oh, and getting a bit wrong there. That is a very narrow entry point onto the track from the driver's stand. And yeah, gonna have to, let's find another car. Well, Lee Chapman works the grass and detritus off of detritus off of his car. And the next group, this run is about to finish in 1 second for everybody. So they're going to be finish the lap they're on, and we're with the moment the car 3 of Glenn Beal. So this run is now finishing for the second of 2 electric groups. So everyone's already finished, guys. You need to be pulling into the pit lane. So the next group is going to be our first group of Nitro racers. So we're going to start to hear them fire up in a few moments. And there's your finishing orders. Best 3 laps and the best individual lap as well, 13.9. So just remember that number, 13.9. And we'll just remember that. No, actually, where's my pen? I need to write that down. And that's Mark Green right there at the back of Mark Green's head. Hello, the back of Mark Green's head. And there's a different view of the pits.
On him now, we got the mid-winker on. Now it's a four-way battle. Poleman is being run back to the pit, but Poleman is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatton's going with Finn. Finn and Hatton right together now. On the last shot, and Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
Fantastic display of driving from these 2 drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovalich made an error, so Kovalich makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Is to take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time, I guess.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Okay, so a couple minutes to go. I swear, I swear it said time practice 2 is going to have 5-minute heats, but I guess not. Maybe it must be down to 4. Okay, maybe I'm just seeing things. Who knows? Too much going on. Anyway, we are about to get going with our second round of time practice for the Nitro category. So we have an electric category, which is a championship cup, or a cup championship, or whatever you want to call it. It's not an official European Championship, I should say, because it's, just to explain, it is a, there's just not enough people here. It's like a invitational, like a demonstration class, sort of, just to get people interested in the electric side of things rather than the nitro. So there are a few drivers who are doing both categories. You know, nothing like keeping busy on a European Championship weekend. Run 2 classes. So here's our straight camera. You can see the cars coming directly at you, and there's the action in the pits. So first fuel ups going in. Well, final fuel ups, I should say. Get back to the live timing screen and just have a peek at the schedule for today, just to clarify, because I thought we were on 5 minutes. I mean, it says 5 minutes on the schedule, but it's showing 4 minutes. I was looking at the electric. My bad. Okay, so electric had 5 minutes. Nitro has 4. So it looks like we're starting actually slightly earlier, about a minute and a half early maybe now. And let's see who Karen has picked up. This very, very bright, very easy to see yellow and green car. Coming up on some traffic already. The number 1, Robin Gearing. There's a couple of cars out there who haven't, well, a couple of cars that aren't out there that should be, Frank Knoll and Mark Harney. So not sure what's happened with them, but they have not started this time practice group, round 2. And Robin looking like it could be going a little bit quicker. Let's find a different car. Maybe go forward 1 car to the car at the end of the straight, or probably easier to drop back, yeah. So this, maybe the minty green car seems to be going pretty quick. We don't want to dwell on cars that aren't handling too well or driving too well. And that is the car 0 of Steve Scott. It could be Scott Steve, but it says Steve Scott if we're going in last name and then first name. But that minty green car coming across the finish line now, catching, whoa, and trying to get out of the way is Robin, but then that forces Steve to take a little bit of emergency measures there. Coming down the straight now. Look at that very heavily banked corner. You can see the banking. It's a little bit flatter than it actually looks on the main camera. And again, lapping Robin. So, of course, this is the slowest group, the first group of time practice, which unfortunately does mean that it is the slowest group. The cars that they'll be having some issues that they're still trying to get used to the track, or sort out their engine or suspension settings or whatever they've got going on. And it's up to the faster drivers to do whatever they can. So coming in for a quick engine check and a very quick tune. A couple of spins there. A little bit of a refuel. We're running out of time to have some good laps though. So we'll stick with this car and see how Steve handles things. So again, it's 3 consecutive fast laps. You can see on the timing screen. So at the moment, it's Martin Zevenoven, Daniel Bancroft, and Steve Scott who we are with. That's the top 3. So what they're trying to do is get out of this slowest group. Okay, that's basically Steve's run finished, because he's probably going to get out of this group with the top 3 result. But he's not going to be able to do 3 consecutive lap times in 28 seconds. So that's his attempts done. So now this is basically about getting the engine setting properly. Now the temperature is about 22 degrees, so it's literally 9 degrees warmer, cooler, Celsius-wise, than it was yesterday at the hottest part of the day. So it's a nice, comfortable temperature at the moment. A little bit more humidity, potentially, than we had yesterday. So these drivers, it's all about getting the engines tuned properly at the low end, the high end, and everything. Luckily, because it's handout tires and tire warmers, tire truing, I mean, they don't use tire warmers anyway, but tire saucing, none of that is allowed. You literally have to take the tires out of your numbered box and connect them to your car, and that's it. That's all you're allowed to do. So that kind of removes, well, it removes a lot of guesswork and doing things that you normally would have to do at even a club race. So there's the drivers as they're exiting the rostrum, and coming back onto the rostrum is the next group of racers. Some happy drivers on the stand. You got to go quick now. If you're waving at the camera, you got to go quick. Okay, and you can see the drivers there, the cars in the pit area waiting to go out. There's Super Bob doing the technical inspection of the previous round of racing. All the people in those bright blue shirts are looking to, well, they're the volunteers that are helping out at the Halifax track this weekend. Super Bob not racing this time. He was down to be a referee, so, but I think one of the people volunteering to be technical inspector couldn't make it. And here's our drivers, riders, and runners who are in this Group 2. As you can see, lots and lots of British racers. Oop, someone already in the grass. It's just warm up. So Javier Godoy Panabianco, great name, asking, in the electric category, what engine and ratios do they usually use in this European Championship? Well, I don't know what they usually use, but it's basically just whatever gearing works to this track. There's a couple of drivers who are sort of native to this track. This is their home club, so they know exactly what to use. Most of them basically using the Hobby Wing stuff, though. And into the grass again, but able to keep it going. A little bit dirty on the tires now, but there's no sauce on these tires, so there's nothing really going to be sticking to the tires. Weather-wise, we were potentially going to be having some showers, maybe here or there, but they haven't popped up. Let's see if we can do some cutting here now. Coming down the straight. Look at how fast this car goes down the straight and then back into the infield. It's a lot more banked at the end of the straight than it looks on our main camera here. And that's a very narrow ribbon of tarmac that the drivers have to negotiate coming onto the straight. So this is car number 3. Let's see who this is. Car number 3 is Richard Bolt, so it's a familiar name. Seen his name many times in the Nitro track section. Running 3 numbers on the bodies. He knows what he needs to do. So happy with the engine tuning, or just need a refuel? Seems happy with the tuning. And Chris Deacon, thankfully, jumping in there to help cover things for me. So the motor is 2,800 kV power limit in electric, and the gear ratio around 42 NPR. I'm not sure what NPR stands for. Something ratio. So look how fast this car goes down that main straight. We don't have access to a speed gun, but I can tell you it's rapid. Chris Deacon saying, hi Frank, it's been a while. Great coverage as usual. Thank you very much. Go Team Shepherd, especially Mark Boothman. Yeah, there's quite a team of Team Shepherd racers here. Helmed, shall we say, by Dave Spachette, who told us yesterday in the, let's find another car, Kieran, told us yesterday in the opening ceremony, he's actually pitting for 3 different drivers on the team, but I think he said there's about a dozen drivers here, I think. But you can check that out in the downtime between races that you want to watch. Check out the opening ceremony on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel and EFRA Facebook page. Mil per revolution. Wow, okay, that's far too technical for me. Yeah, not miles per rotation, millimeters per revolution. That is just, I mean, I never figured out the secret. I mean, it's not a secret. it's not that difficult. But me myself, I never sorted out in my head the final drive ratios for the various cars and setups that I had. So I was just like, do I need to gear up? Do I need to gear down? Okay, that's all I need to do. I'd rather just be out there driving rather than have a calculator out. But yeah, there we go. So Mark Gilliland leading this one. Let's see who we're with. This is the car number 1 of Jake Sheldon. So I think we've been on him for a little while. And there is the driver in the car 3 that we were following previously, Richard Bolt just behind, actually about to come up and, whoa, that's not the cleanest pass in the world. So if we drop back to, the pink car is Mark Gilliland, actually, who's just passed Richard Bolt. This pink car in the number 8 is the fastest car out on the track at the minute, at least over 3 laps. But he's just been held up a bit, so Van Schenk from the Netherlands in the car 2 is now our fastest car. And again, that is over, and that's an over. Okay, so I'm seeing what the dichotomy is. On MyRCM, on the live MyRCM timing, it's going by lap time, by total laps. But on our timing, it's going by best 3 laps. I'm going to have to clarify which it is meant to be. Because it's one or the other. I think it's over 3 laps. So I will look that up in between the races here, but we'll just bring up the file at least. I don't have Vito or Dan handy to ask them, unfortunately. But yes, this is Mark. So if we drop back to 2 cars, to the Aqua car at the end of the straight, the 7. Let's see if we can see who that is. The number 7, who? Well, of course, they're finishing. These are very short runs, people, so I do apologize if we're not able to follow everybody. Vitor Gomez from Portugal. So Mark Gilliland taking that one on, well, weirdly the order is the same whether we're looking at 3 laps best 3 laps or over the whole 4 minutes, but we're looking at the minute, we're looking at the best 3 laps consecutive. Yeah, Chris, when I stopped racing, like literally the apps and smartphones weren't even a thing. So it's been a little while for me, unfortunately, but I'm trying to get back into it. I am trying to get back into it. But while these drivers are working their way on the stands, let's have a little bit of a video break.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
So I have brought up the, I'm trying to find it. My fingers apparently are just not wanting to work with my trackpad now. I don't know why. Someone else waving at the camera on the driving stand. Yeah, Javier saying, thanks, Chris. In Spain, we only use 2,000 kV and an internal ratio of 5, which is 45 mpr approximately, without turbos. It's very interesting. Obviously, every RC federation has their own particularities. So it's very interesting to see how things shake out between the different countries. And of course, even the racers who are here, who this might be their home track, but they're used to racing under BRCA rules, and the EFRA rules are going to be potentially a little bit different in little bits here and there. Obviously, like I said, even just as things as simple as the tires, there's going to be body shells that are allowed in one group and not allowed in the other group. So there's all going to be differences. Now we've got a couple of Saarinens in this one. Someone earlier in the chat was cheering for Mark Boothman. So this is just 3 minutes of warm-up. About 2 minutes remaining now. So we're going to start looking at, we're in heat 3 now of time practice, which is otherwise known as seeding practice. And very brightly colored. This is like a Harlequin colored job here. Going into the pits. Wow. We're wearing a BMT shirt, so I'd be curious to see if there's a BMT up there. I think there's our Belgian racer. He's the only one holding the Belgian flag yesterday in the opening ceremony. I did get to talk to him because there were some countries were a little bit delayed getting out on track. So yeah, like I was saying, one of the differences is I've already mentioned a couple times, but it's worth really mentioning this. There are control tires. The hot race tires are the control tires. I'm not sure exactly which shore they are, front and rear, but that is mentioned in the stage reports on the EFRA Facebook website, EFRA.ws. Because EFRA is the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles, and they're the organization who bring together all the different federations. And what has happened to this car? It's just flamed out. Car number 1. That's not good. That is an ARC car of Luke Lauridsen. And they left something on the track there. That's not good. Whatever that is. What is that? I hope it's not. It can't be a pipe. Oh no, it's this guy's phone or vape or something. So that is going to be not a good start for Luke. So let's pick up any other car. And it's green and yellow car. Comes just underneath this. It's the car 0. Sam Snell. So he's not German. Otherwise he'd be Sam Schnell. But going quick enough at the moment to be 4th overall after the first lap anyway. So best lap so far for these guys, 14.9. So it's a second slower at the moment, a second slower than Mark Green's best lap of 13.9 with the electric car. Chris helping us out again. It's so the shores are. Again, these are the hot race tires, and these were basically brought together by, of course, the supplying control tire, the manufacturer, is decided between the various manufacturers and the EFRA chairman, and just various agreements and whatnot. So the control tire manufacturer is Hot Race, and then basically the local racers, BRCA, organized with the BRCA. Let's find another car. Let's just move cars like every several laps. The controlling BRCA and local racers will basically help to find the best control tire shore rating, basically. The shore rating is the hardness of the tires. So it's 32 and 35 for front and rear. And then when the drivers are handed the tires, they'll literally just come piled in huge storage boxes, which I'm looking at right now. Just shipping boxes that are just, here's hundreds of pairs of tires, and then the drivers are handed their pile of tires, and they can feel them and test them and go, okay, yes, okay, no, this was too soft, this doesn't really match. And then the manufacturer representative, who in this case is Nicola Morone from Hot Race and Lens Bodies, is able to check out the tire and go, okay, yeah, okay, well, here's a different tire then. And then the driver goes, yes, okay, or no, and I accept it, or whatever. And then they go away with their set of tires. So that's how the tire handout system works. And then it all goes into one box of tires for each driver. They're not allowed to trim the tires, glue the tires, put any sauce in the tires. Obviously, there's no tire warmers. And yeah, it's a very simple system. And much easier. And I think 2013, the last time we were here at the Halifax track, was the first time that the handout tire system was used. Because back in the old days, the 90s and 2000s, it was pretty much just like pretty crazy, really. If you were an independent, let's drop back a car, Karen. If you were a driver, you'd have to show up with boxes and boxes and boxes of tires and just spend hundreds of euros or pounds, dollars, whatever, on tires and just guess, like an educated guess of what tires would work. But now everyone has the same set of tires, and you basically have to change the setup of your car to work with it. Of course, that does mean as the tires start to wear and what they call coning at the front and rears, they get smaller and smaller, and they go faster and faster. So the gear ratio changes over the longer races. So these guys only running, I think it's 4 minutes in these time practice runs. That's going to be changing into 20-minute heats or 20-minute finals once the finals start. Up to 45 minutes for the main final. So it gets very technical, very, very technical, very, very quickly for these drivers. And there's a lot to think about. There's so much to think about. That's one of many reasons why we call it the Formula One of RC. And we'll just hear from one of our fantastic sponsors. Okay. There's our mechanics in the pit lane getting ready. We have another slightly different view here. Well, we've missed them going onto the pit lane, but see a nice view of them there. Mechanics coming out from that previous run. And I'm told that we had where our ambient camera is, ambient microphone is. Someone was just running an engine immediately right next to it, basically. So apologies if that was just kind of blowing things out audio-wise, but yeah, it happens. There's only so many places we can. I run a nitro track. There's everywhere is a warm-up area, so we do apologize about that. But yeah, we do want to thank our sponsors: X-Ray, Elasu Tune, Lens Bodies, Energy Fuel, Speedworks, and of course EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. You're watching RC Racing TV, RCTV, and we're the EFRA official media partner. So I want to thank you for joining us live here from the Halifax track in Halifax, deep in Yorkshire, in the north of England. It seems every driver on the rostrum wants to give hand signals to various people who are watching, which is great, as long as they are not rude hand signals. So there's a specified amount of time between each race. So what the drivers are doing is they're waiting for the red flag to go up, and that is controlled by the pit marshal, or is it the pit official? And there we go. Once they hear the computer timing, say okay. Now we have 4 minutes to start. So a 4-minute warm-up, and then at least it seems like a 2-minute break in between each run. And then there's 4 minutes of warming up, which is what we are on now. And there's the drivers, of course, who are in this next group. So this is we're not in qualifying. We're not even in practice yet. This is just the warm-up. So you'll see drivers going down. They've already been warming up the engines. So the engines are warmed up. So they should be able to hit the minimum RPM that they need for the 2-speed clutch to kick in, which will click in right about there, almost at the very beginning of the straight. So this is, it's just track time basically to get used to things. Make sure that you see the drivers checking the engine temperature and doing a little tweak on the high-speed needle, and if they really need to, on the low-speed needle, and if they really, really need to, do a suspension setup change. But over the last, 3 days, they've been practicing already. Yesterday was the first day of official practice, but there was free practice on Monday and Tuesday as well for all the drivers who wanted to make the trip. We have our first hero joining us. Thank you, Andrew Pierce. Saying, can we see car 8 Ollie King in this one, please? Certainly. Let's see if we can find... Well, I don't know where car 8 is at the minute. It's that green and yellow. Australian colors. Getting a little bit of a tweak there on the needle. Bit of extra fuel. Not allowed to fuel over the tarmac, I'm pretty sure, because the fuel, the nitromethane in the fuel eats away at the tar and the bitumen that hold all the rocks and aggregate together and all that stuff. So I'm pretty sure that means a driver penalty if the mechanic does that on accident. So we'll start seeing the penalties happen in qualifying, or especially the mains, but Referees will be keeping a keen eye out for that. There's Ollie King coming one lap and then a quick another top up. So 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So there you go, Andrew. A little bit of Ollie King for you. Going down the straight. This loop through the chicane, over the timing loop. Come down the straight again. Back into the infield. On that. Would that be the keyhole maybe? Or is this the keyhole? Well, there's a couple of hairpins there. Maybe this is the keyhole, this section. And through the chicane, around the hairpins. And there we go. So it's we've got about 3 1/4 minutes left in this one. So let's find another car, Kieran. As Ollie King is taking the top spot. Oh, car 7 already going into the pits. So look for 3 consecutive fast laps, I'm pretty sure, until I'm corrected otherwise. So let's find the car out on track. Oh, and the red and white car, number 6, that is major trouble. What's happened there? Front body post broken or something has really gone wrong there for the number 6 of Jules Kerguidov from France. And now we're with this blue car coming down the straight and into that bank corner. Wow. Into the keyhole and across the chicane. So you see the banking there, and it's a lot more banked than it appears. Like when you're stood at ground level. It's car 7 of Stephen Davis. Maybe this yellow car, number 9, that's come underneath us. Number 9 is Lee Holland from the UK. Fastest lap so far, 16 flat, so not going to break any records with that one, with this run. Number 3 is our fastest driver at the minute. It's the gray car just about to come underneath us just now into the hairpin section. The gray and bright yellow. Going down the main straight now. Goes into that bank corner. Neil Cochran doing a 14.5 fastest lap. Pretty good. 14.8 that last time around. You see how quick these cars go around the track. And it doesn't look like, I mean, we tend to say something like anywhere between 50 and 70 miles an hour for these things, but geared properly on a large enough track, you can certainly see these hit 80 something miles an hour. But on an infield section, we can be really making up all the time. And Niall has finished his run. Ashley Gouveia and Jules, Ollie King going to be finishing in 4th overall. So I think probably top 4 in a pretty good position to move away from the other drivers who are in the bottom half, obviously, because this is seeding practice for qualifying, basically. So it's not qualifying. it's practice, but it's like important practice. And there we go. There's the man himself, Mr. Marginal Gains, Dave Spachet, multiple world champion, European champion, and British champion, legend of the sport, Dave Spachet. And as we said earlier, pinning for 3 different drivers in this one, in this group. Not in this heat, thankfully, for him. And there's finishing orders. And we'll just have another little message.
On him now, we got the mid-winker on. Now it's a four-way battle. Pole man is being run back to the pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last time. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these 2 drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovalich made an error, so Kovalich makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canan. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
All right, I mean, look at the amount of nitro smoke coming up out of the pit area. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And they are coming out on track now. So we're getting faster and faster. Here's the list of drivers who are out on track, or should be out on track now. So we're starting to see some familiar names. Top one for me is Rick V there from the Netherlands. And I say V, his name is actually not just Rick V, but I don't want to just continually butcher his name all weekend, so apologies, Rick, but if it's okay with you, I'll just call you Rick V. I am still attempting to find in the rules to see what the actual qualifying and time practice format is for this category, because it's either all minutes count or it's by fastest 3 laps. So final refuels for the drivers. I'm not seeing anything that says consecutive laps. So feel free to correct me in the live chat, but I'm pretty sure that the timing, the qualifying is counted by overall time over 4 minutes for the time practice. Okay, so apologies for that, but the timing that we've seen is still ordered by the finishing order, so it's all still fine, but it will start to matter even more as we move up. All right, so let's see who we are with coming down the straight. Oops. Oh, and off the straight. Wow, okay. That's not great. That's our car number 1 of John Carr. Oh, flame out as well. So let's let John carry on with things, and let's find another car there out on track, Kieran. So 3.5 minutes remaining in this time practice run. We're with the car 6 now of Gerald Collinet. Come around the keyhole. And there's a nice easy paint scheme. So why do cars need to be all white or single color at all? Nice and easy, very easy to do. Just bold color stripes against a lighter color. So Gerald doing running second at the minute. Oh, Rick V. We need to find Rick V out there in the car 9. I'll see if I can find him. Ooh, oh, and a few cars getting it all wrong there into the hairpin section. Goodness gracious. That was actually Gerald, who we were following previously. Yeesh. All right, car 9 is the yellow, dull yellow car coming under this now. So he's trying to chase down the very bright yellow car of Tilo Baldas. But Rick V in this... just normal yellow. It's not really, it's dull compared to the neon yellow, but it's just yellow. But Rick V, pretty quick Dutch racer. And I'm sure he's done well in the European, in the Dutch championships, possibly ENS, etc. But I'm not sure. I don't think he's won. I'm not sure how he's placed previously in the European Championships. Unfortunately, the record books only contain the top racer, not the podium finishers. But Rick looking pretty swish through all of these corners, hitting every apex properly. Wow. Getting a sideways there around the bank corner. Banking can be its own particular little thing. You gotta know when to go high and low. Car 0 again, flipping over. All right, let's drop back and, let's find a different car. We've already followed the car who is the car behind. Maybe this red and white, or white and red car, number 8, about to come underneath this, Kieran. We haven't followed them. That is the Dave De Bar from the Netherlands. nice and easy to find out on track, but not looking too extremely high. Actually, he's about to get lapped by Rick. I'm going to assume, of course, that they're best of pals because they're fellow Dutchmen. I have no idea if they race at the same track or not, but on a regular basis, but they probably know each other. I think we're missing marshal number 2 from the last race. That's not fantastic, is it? So just a few seconds left in this one before time will be called, and there goes the computer voice. So Robin Hertong taking this one with 15 laps. Hoffmeyer, Vrillink, Baldus, Collinet, Frost, Debar, Fernandez. John Carr not doing too hot in that one. Okay, so that was our finishing order. Let's have another little video message.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi everybody.
There he is. Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where
now.
we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah.
Go back to account and just gamble.
I mean, you'll know the timing. Is it based off for time practice? Is it 3 consecutive fast laps? Okay, because I've been looking on here, but it doesn't say any. I can't find where it says consecutive laps or anything.
Based on 3 consecutive laps.
Okay.
Can you, when you commentate, will you include the electric?
Yeah.
Don't just do it nitro. What EFRA's trying to do with us is promote electric.
Yeah, we're covering it. Yeah, moving camera and everything. Talking about. I got all the info here from one of the BRCA guys about the electric stuff. So it's all the electric guys and as much information as he was able to give me.
We're trying to promote it through EFRA as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all good.
Good. It's more people. All the people. No problem, Frank. You all right? Everything all right?
All right, sorry about that. I was accosted and forgot the mic was live. But so we're conversation there was obviously about the electric category and how we're trying to make sure that is promoted as much as possible this weekend. But also importantly, clarification that it is 3 fastest laps. 3 consecutive fastest lap, even though it does not say it in the rule book that I can find. But yes, anyway, that has been confirmed that we are operating off of the 3 consecutive fastest laps. Okay, so ignore everything that I said earlier. And here's your runners and riders for this next group out on track. This is the 3rd fastest group of racers. And I believe this is our top 2 Brits. And there's, I believe that's Alex Thurston right there. Is he running a white stripe now, or I thought he was running black stripe? Or am I confusing him with Dominic Reiner, who is no longer running Nitro? Rob Firth saying, gutted to be missing out this week. Good luck to all of our Halifax Club members. Well, the two guys that are in the electric category are doing very well indeed. Yeah, there's quite a few new racers who are new to the 1/8 category, running electric. Of course, Mark Green, top racer there. No surprise, really. But yeah. So it's good to see Mark back out on the track and just bossing people around. Okay, so this is still just warm-up, so we can just find another car. We need to move around the cars, Kieran. Let's see if I can, there's our straight cam. Look at that camera there. Woo. Very quick, indeed. Through that bank corner at the end of the straight. This is the car number 4 of Lars Hopp. Missing a couple of cars out there, so Joel Recovery and Michael Sullivan. I don't think he's actually racing. He's one of these guys that's signed up, but he's not. And he's here. I've seen him, obviously in the Serpent pits, but not actually racing himself. Supposed to be, but he's not. Even Nicola Morone is racing. I'm not sure what he's racing. What car he's racing. BJ Williams saying Grinder's no longer running Nitro. Did he retire? He retired from Nitro. He's one of these guys, you think he's a pro racer because he's a world champion and a European champion, but he's not a full-time RC racer. He's got a real job doing other stuff. So he is only doing electric now. Electric touring car. Obviously running the Serpent. And we see him quite often at ETS. We'll probably be seeing him next week in Utrecht for the touring car Euros. And we're with, I think, is the car 8, I think? No. Car 7 of Nicola Morone. Running what I'm assuming is the new Lens Bodies car, body shell. So Nicola is the, not just Mr. Hot Race, he's also Mr. Lens Bodies. He's running an Infinity. So I'm not too surprised at that, to be honest. But Nicola, or Mr. Nick Brown, because Morone is Italian for Brown. Nicola is often, he's pretty handy at most of the categories of racing that we see him in. Usually see him in 12 scale, but yeah, here he is in 1/8. And this orange car is the car number 6 of Teemu Leinu, another Infinity racer. Not in a former A finalist. Oh, winning, nice spin there. Nice recovery. Winner of the DHI Cup, the LRP TCM. I'm sure he's done top 3 at Reedy Race and European touring car races, but no longer doing touring car. Concentrating purely on 1/8 Nitro. So he is leading this one. 41.8 for his best 3 laps. And let's see who else is out there that we can. I think we were already on Thurston. Yeah, so we can confirm that Recovery and Sullivan not running. This is the The car just coming through the banking there. Well, no number on this side of the car, and no numbers at all on either side of the car, so that's not very helpful. I don't think there's any cars anywhere, numbers anywhere on that car, unfortunately. But I think this is Hidalgo Garrido Juan Antonio. I have no idea which is the actual first name. It's not the 7. It's really unfortunate this car doesn't have any numbers on it. He really should be having a talking to from the referees, and I hope he is. Sometimes we can't tell when the drivers are having referees talk to them, because depending on the track that we go to, sometimes we can hear the referee speaker system. Sometimes you can't, because some tracks have the referees with the speakers that only the drivers can hear the referees, and I can't remember how it's set up here at Halifax. This is Pedro Proca, who we were following, that yellow car with the no numbers, and he's just gone into the wall at the start of the pits. So that's what you get for not having any numbers on your car. And who's this coming out of the pits? The car 7 of Morone. Now this new Lens Bodies car, very interesting to look at. It's all sorts of scallops and shapes on the backside behind the rear tire. It's very interesting. Of course, he's very keen on 1/12 scale bodies as well, so he's probably taking a lot of lessons from that. Of course, there is engine cooling to consider that 12 scale cars don't have to bother with. But there's a double set of upright fins that are on the back side, just in front of the gurney flap. So yeah, very interesting. And the fastest lap in that one was Alex Thurston with a 13.5. So that is one of our first fastest laps that has beaten Mark Green in the electric category. So that's interesting to note. Mark Green's fastest lap was a 13.9 in the time practice 2, and there we go. Best lap you can see right there. And let's have a little word from some of our associate members who help us bring this coverage to you all weekend long. Okay, so this heat and one more, and our time practice rounds will be complete. Oh, I can see Michael Salvin popping his head around. So yeah, he's not racing, but he is present here and supporting the Serpent drivers. Lawrence Winter saying hi, all, hope as well. How are you doing, Lawrence? Thank you. One of our many heroes who I hope we'll be seeing a few of them drop in during the weekend. I know today's a work day for most, being Thursday. For us, RCTV, it's, well, the second day that we're here at the Halifax track. Days of the week mean nothing sometimes. Yeah, and Lawrence saying, just, confirming as well, Greiner left Nitro about 14 months ago. He did announce it at the end of 2023, I think, something like that. Either 2023 or 2022, I can't remember which, but yeah, done with Nitro. he's, you know, in a way, he's kind of achieved everything he needed to achieve with Nitro on road. World champion in 10th touring car, European champion as well, and he's moved on to electric touring car, where he's championing the Serpent electric car in the Euros, which are going to be next week, and ETS events and across Germany as well. So there's our drivers who are in this one. Berenger, Jimenez, Wood, Dransfield, Atard, Fernandez, Diekman, Thiel, Diekman, Krieger, Gouling, and Hook. Hook, I think, is also one of our electric category racers. Yes, he's running a Shepherd in that category. So we'll see them. They'll be first out in qualifying. So we have a couple of people in the live chat cheering on various people. So Thomas Atard in the car 5, and Gareth Ambrose, who is not in this one, but Atard in the car 5. So when we come back, let's see who we're with at the moment. Car 6 of Fernandez. Okay, so there's, so everyone is aware, there's a minute and a half left, roughly, of this is just warm-up, so this is not the time practice itself. This is not qualifying. This is time practice is what places the drivers, it seeds the drivers and into the various sections, various groups for qualifying. So this not qualifying, it's sort of pre-qualifying in a way. And here's Thomas Atard on camera right now, going down the straight and into that banked corner at the end of the main straight, into the chicane, across the finish line, and into the hairpin section. A pair of hairpins to just before coming out onto the main straight there. You can see car going underneath the straight cam and into the keyhole and into the pits. So getting check over. So 30 seconds remaining in warm-up. And as you can see, a quick refuel by pretty much everybody comes in. Well, not pretty much. Everybody comes in. And time is counting down again. Lap times are about, if you're going quick, is about 14 or so seconds. If you're tootling along, maybe 15 or 16 seconds. So the 10-second countdown is a good time to come out, so you're starting your lap with a fresh fuel tank, fully topped up, and the first times are starting to pop up across the screen. JQFRC chiming in on the chat saying, "Go UK lads." Of course, there's going to be a lot of British racers here. Robert Swallow also saying, "Let's go Team GB." Cheering on Gareth Ambrose. I'm not sure if Gareth has already run. I think so, because this is our second to last group of racers. JQRF cheering on for Team Shepherd and Zen Racing. JQF, actually, if you can, I'm going to assume that most of the Brits in this group are running Shepherd. But let me know if they're not. We've got Tim Wood at the moment leading things. Craig Hook, I'm assuming he's running a Serpent, because he's running a Serpent electric car. And there's also Carl Dransfield, I'm going to assume, running a Serpent. Actually, if Spachet is out there. I don't know if he is. I don't see him in the pit at the moment. Let's see who we are with now. We've got the car number 4. Car 4 of Carl Dransfield. Actually, I'll have a better look at the car when it comes underneath this again. I think it is a Shepherd. Sometimes the stickers are easy to make out. So Tim Wood leading this one with Fernandez, Tilo Diekman moving up the order a bit into 3rd overall. So again, it's 3 consecutive best laps, or best 3 consecutive laps. So if you mess up and there's still about a minute or so remaining, maybe 50 seconds at the best, you can still put your head down, and if you have some space around you, put down 3 fast laps. So as you can see on the live timing at the top right of the screen, Tim Wood at the moment top in this group, which is the second fastest group of racers that we're going to see out here. 42.142 for Tim Wood. And we are with Tim Wood right now. Very easy to make out yellow and white, orange and white, chasing the yellow and green. Number 8 of, that was David Kroger that he's just gone past. Oh, and a number has just come off of somebody. At least it was a number, not a wheel. Number 6 are just rolling across the tarmac. And Tim continuing to be very fast, 41.9 now. I think he was, I think I just said 42.1. So improving by 0.2. So now he's got tons of clear track ahead of him. Let's see what he does this time around. Not tons, but enough clear track ahead of him, I should say. He's got the number 1 ahead of him now, Fabian Berenger. So coming across now. Oh, and he's ran out of fuel. That was a very slow one, but anyway, still on a 41.9. If that had been a qualifier, that would have been a very bad qualifier for him. But there we go. There's our finishing order. 13.8 best lap for Tim. 13.8. Best lap in the previous run was 13.5 from Thurston. So maybe that will put Thurston up the order a bit, put him into the top group. A couple years ago, Thurston was one of the drivers who qualified directly into the main final. Of course, there is no more Super Pole. There's no more Super Pole, remember. We're looking at top 4 drivers after qualifying go directly into the main final. So top 4. And in this group here is almost certainly going to be 4 drivers out of this group of characters on the screen right now. 4 of them almost certainly going to be the ones that go into the main final directly. So they won't have to, that means they get to skip any of the lower finals. There's no semifinals for them. They just go straight into the main final. So we'll just hear from a little video message, and we'll be right back.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Okay, so you can hear the engines warming up. So we've got Gruber, Colati, Kurzbuch, Catanzani, Vigerding, Raiola, not Grigic, Salemi, and then Balestre, and then Tironi, and Ripoll. So 4 drivers crammed into the... You can see the preferred driver standing positions. And there's the drivers who are going to be on the track right now. So top French racer, Maxime Ripoll. And this is Raiola. So this is 4 minutes of warm-up. We're down to about 2 minutes and 15 seconds of warm-up. So they're going to be dipping in and out of the pits. They're not Raiola that time, proving me wrong. Balestre not running a gray body this time, running just a normal orange body. I'm trying not to say a dull orange, but it is, compared to like a bright, the normal neon colors that we're used to seeing from many drivers. He's just running a fairly standard orange body. Very nondescript. So Balestre running the number 1 on his car and not going into pits. He's going to have the Team Massimo out on the pit lane for him. Let's see what the see if we can glean anything from the schedule here. So we do have an updated schedule from what we had at the start of the day. So after this group, we're going to have the end of round 2, lunch, and reseeding. And there we go, helpfully, at the end of it, it says reseeding best 3 consecutive laps, so as we said. So we're going to have an hour break for lunch after this one, an hour break for lunch. And we will come back with the first group of qualification round 1 at 2 p.m. So we're going to have 2 rounds of qualifying today, starting with the electric category, 5 minutes each run. And I'll very quickly go over this at the end of after this run. The next time the fastest group will be out, the fastest groups of drivers will be out at 3:20. So 3:20 is going to be the next time we see the top 2 heats come out. So 3:20, and then at 5:10. All right, so 4 minutes, best 3 consecutive laps. Who are we with? I think this is going to be Tony Gruber in the car number 3, I think it is. Yep. Gruber in top Capricorn racer. Trying to chase down, I think that's Kurzbuch who's just ahead of him. In the car 5. It is Simon Kurzbuch who's... This guy's going to be jumping around the order, so ignore the timing at the minute because they're all quick. Inside wheel lifting up there for Gruber, so they're running very, very stiff. Oh, and Gruber gets it wrong coming onto the straight. And ahead of them both is Catanzani, who's gone sideways. He's recovered. So this is car 7 of Francesco Tironi, as who was that in the 4? Who's just the blue car? That was Colari, who's crashed ahead of Tironi. All right, it's pick up about to come underneath you, the car 5, white, red, and yellow into the hairpin section. About to go on the straight is Simon Kurzbuch. Kalari having a tough time coming onto the main straight. Kurzbuch coming around the keyhole and about to cross the finish line. Certainly one of the challengers to be qualifying directly into the main final. Kurzbuch is basically army of one, but actually he's here with, I believe, is his father and Pitman. I don't know the name of either, but the only Swiss racer here, Simon Kurzbuch. Dario Balestre and Raiola moving up to the top now. So let's see if we can pick them up. Got them out on Balestre, about to cross the finish line in the orange, kind of like a burnt orange color, really, because you can really see the contrast between the bright orange and then like just the darker orange of Balestre. Here's Balestre on camera in the car 1. Certainly going to be, almost certainly going to be qualifying directly. Oh, and man, that is not a great place to be recovering there. That was the car 7 that they passed of Tirone. He's having a little bit of a difficult time, but again, they're only looking for 3 consecutive fast laps. So that one obviously is going to be a very slow one for Balestre. Let's see how he recovers. Let's find that minty green car of Raiola just going onto the main straight now. There he is at the end of the straight into the keyhole section. This is Carmina Raiola not having any trouble getting around Tirone like Balestre did into the hairpin section. Raiola top of the shop at the minute with 50 seconds remaining. Raiola having a pretty handy time here. Fastest lap for him, 13.4. Balestre, his fastest lap, 13.5. And you can see how tight it is between them over 3 consecutive laps. There's only a 10th between Raiola and Balestre. And a further 10th behind to Catanzani. And then another 10th back to Maxime Ripoll, the Frenchman. So the top non-Italian is Maxime Ripoll, and then it's Kurzbuch. So again, this is just practice. This is technically just practice, but this is seeding the drivers for the qualification rounds. So they're all going to be together now. Now time has expired. Catanzani not finishing. Doesn't matter though. So it looks like we're going to have Carmina Raiola in car number 1 for qualifying. Then it's going to be Balestre, Catanzani, Kurzbuch, and Ripoll. That's going to be our top 5, I believe. And Raiola running out of fuel and not straight into the pits. They're not even able to recover into the pits. So we're going to see how this shakes things out for qualifying. And we'll let things sort of set themselves up. Let the computer recover. Okay, so our top 10 for qualifying is Carmina Raiola, Dario Balestre, Andrea Catanzani, Alex Thurston leaping into the 4th spot, top Brit, top Swiss, and well, top not just top Brit, but top non-Spanish, non-Italian, I should say. Very important. Distinction. So that's our driver order for that group that just finished. But ignoring that, well, I mean, taking that into account, we've got Carmina Raiola is going to be in car number 1 for qualifying. Then it's Balestre and the young Catanzani. And then Alex Thurston, top Brit, top Swiss racer, well, only Swiss racer, Simon Kurzbuch, top French racer, Maxime Ripoll. And then we've got Tony Gruber. And then we have Mirko Salemi, Francesco Tirone, and Spanish racer Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. And that is our top 10. In the next group is Timu Lino, Nicola Marone, Robin Hertong, Ricardo Hoffmeyer, Lamberto Colari. And there we go. Thank you, Matt, bringing up that's our qualifying, well, our seeding into qualifying. So, very interesting indeed. We'll see how what Dario can do to retain his European champion title. I'm sure Carmine is going to make it a very tough job for him. And then we've got the Serpent Racer of Catanzani. What is Alex running lately? He's running a Serpent, apparently. Kurzbuch running, I think it's, I want to say Capricorn. And Maxime Merpol, top X-Ray. So fantastic. So this is going to be very interesting indeed. We've got a lot of different brands, a lot of different countries in there. It's not just 6 Italians in the row at the top. We have got a race on our hands. So we're going to be coming back at about 2 p.m. 2 p.m., everybody, for the next round, well, the first round of qualifying. And the next time that you're going to see those drivers out on track, the top heats in Q1 are going to be out at 3:20 for Q1. And in qualifying round 2, they're going to be out on track at 5:10. So set your alarms, set your clocks, set your watches. And this is all, remember, it's UK British Standard Time. So just, British Summer Time, not Standard Time. So yes, get your RC merch, whether it's from rcracing.com or EFRA. And we will see you back here at 2 p.m. We'll put a little message on screen. We have a lunch break now until, let me triple check that time. I don't want to, yes, 2 p.m. 2 p.m. start of qualifying. So we have our lunch break, and we will see you back shortly.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody. There he is.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
On him now, we got the mid-winker on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Pole man is being run back to pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatner's going with Finn! Finn and Hatner right together now! On the last shot, and Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovalich made an error, so Kovalich makes an error. Marcus Carruth is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for it for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canet. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi, everybody. There he is.
Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah. Okay, as you can see, we've got our first group of qualification drivers out in the pit lane. You can see our number 1 seeded driver, Carmine Raiola, ready to marshal for the electric category. So, let's just catch up with things here. Yeah, Chris, I did confirm with Alex Thurston. He is running a Mugen, and his father corrected it in for the timekeeping crew. So it should show that he is running a Mugen. Let's Jess saying, man, I have a Capricorn GT and I want to get into racing so bad, but it looks like you need a pit crew to support, and I don't have that. Well, that is an unfortunate thing, but as Stig Bernstein said, you know, if you do go to a club and you say, hey, you know, I'm wanting to get into nitro racing, any group of RC racers who have half a brain in them will go, you know what, it's great to have another driver come in, unless obviously you're faster. But it's good to have another driver come in, and, you know, hopefully they will help you out. They will say, yeah, we'll pit for you, you know, and obviously you return the favor when you can. Because, you know, the more the merrier, basically, when it comes to racing. And we've got drivers coming out. Well, they're out. I mean, they're warming up, sort of, but they're not really. They don't need to. All Brits in this one. 10 drivers for the first group of electric 1/8 track. And so this is just warm up. 5-minute qualifying run. And so this is the first time we're going to be seeing the entire 5-minute run, qualifying run counting. So we'll try to follow everybody as they come out, but weirdly the track is open. But I mean, they're just running down the batteries, I guess. But maybe it doesn't matter. So as we said, I think it was Chris in the live chat who told us, or who helped inform us that let me see, I think they're running, let's see, 2800 kV. In these with a 42 MPR, which apparently, I mean, I know this now. I'm just going to pretend like I knew it all along, but millimeters per revolution. And that's, I'm assuming that's revolution of the motor? I am not a pan car racer, as you could tell. Final drive ratio, it means almost nothing to me. Gear up, gear down as you need, and just, well, battery power doesn't mean anything nowadays. So 5-minute qualifying run. We're going to be starting with Mark Boothman, Michael Ogilvy, Dylan Rafter, Alfie Wadsworth, Tom Jefferson, Nikki Taylor, Joe Diacono, Nigel Philpott, Martin Thorpe, and Joff Ribchester. So we'll just start off with car number 1 and follow them for a couple of laps and just drop back to the next car behind, then the next car behind, and the next car behind. Every couple of laps we'll drop back a car, and all will be good. And the number is supposed to count down, or count up. Numbers aren't starting. Car 1. Okay, so they're being manually counted off. All right, so Boothman, first lap for Boothman. Of course, this is off a standing start. Already putting a lap on, I think it's going to be car 0. So second lap coming across for Boothman will be a 16.5. Well, he had to get past a slower car in the main straight. So let's drop back to the next car behind. This orange car. And that's car 2, of course, of Michael Ogilvy with a 15.7 for Boothman and a 15.1 for Ogilvy. So Ogilvy off to a good start here, but Taylor is off to a potentially better start. You can see there popping up into the top spot, but of course, catching up to Boothman. These two are our leaders, so hopefully they don't hold each other up. All right, let's drop. We need to be changing cars every couple of laps, so let's drop back to this blue car now, and that is the car number 3. Dylan Rafter. Dylan doing a 14.8 last time around, while the other two were kind of slimming each other up. Oh, and we have a... That's the car 9 who was upside down in front of them, Martin Thorpe. But everyone able to avoid him. And another upside down car coming into the keyhole, but luckily no one hitting him. Let's drop back another car. One that we haven't covered. Oh no, that is not a fast way to go down the straight. And stricken in the grass, but able to recover. Oh my goodness, that is not advisable at all, especially when your car is spinning around like that. Oh man, let's find a completely different car. Find another car. We cannot be showing that at all. So this is car number 8 of Nigel Philpott. Coming through the chicane. Down the main straight and into the keyhole section. And which one of these cars haven't? Oh, nightmare for that car there. Coming through the hairpins. So Joe Diacono and Alfie Wadsworth. Computer is wondering where they are. That's why they're showing as red on the timing. Rafter coming up into the top spot, doing 16.6 last time around. Far cry off of the 14.875 fastest lap that he's done. Michael Ogilvy in second, 15.3, but his fastest lap 14.9. Okay, so they both improved the last time around. Less than a minute to go now. So who are we with? This is the car number 2, Michael Ogilvy. So let's stick with Michael to the end of the run, because he's one of the quick guys. Coming across the finish line there into the hairpin section. Trying to chase down this bright purple and tealy gray sort of car. That's the number 1 of Mark Boothman. He's just ahead of him. So these two pretty quick. It's qualifying group full of Brits, this one. Okay, so this one, I think they're going to be coming across finishing. Ooh, who was caught? No one was caught just yet. Because their clocks have not. It took them a while to actually start. Oh no, Rafter and Ogilvy and Boothman are all caught. So is Jefferson and Philpott. Taylor has just crossed the line. So that is everyone finished who was still running. So here's the finishing results there. 20 laps for the top three, 19 for Jefferson and Philpott, 18 for Nicky Taylor. Just lock off on the driver's stand in between runs there. Cam, thank you very much. Okay, so next fastest group out is, well, the top heat of Electric 1/8. So this is a demonstration, invitational, championship cup category. It's not a proper European championship. There's just not, I think it's a minimum of 30 drivers need to take part for it to be a European championship. But it is a championship cup. So we've got Mark Green, Craig Hook, Craig Nutting, Jack Garrett Lines, Justin Heath, Glenn Beal, Lee Chapman, Ari Manton, Freak Van Delft, and Gareth Ambrose. So British racers will recognize, well, at least 8 out of 10 of those names, because there's 8 Brits in this group. Of course, Mark Green, legend of Serpent and British racing, multiple British European champion. And we've got, we have more than one fan of Gareth Ambrose, so we'll have to make sure that we follow the car number 10 of Gareth once they get going. So this is there's a turnover break in between each qualifying run, and then there's a 3 or 4 minute warm up. Now the electric cars don't really need a warm up, but it's just in the program anyway, so it's there. They don't need to do it, but they just do it. They've got battery power to spare, I'm sure, so it's all good. And there's the names of the drivers, names and country flags of all the drivers who are racing in this qualifying run. So let us know who you're cheering for and where you're watching from. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, and if you really want to support RC Racing TV, hit the join button as well and find out all the great perks that you get from being an RC TV hero. Robert Swallow saying, "Come on, Gareth Ambrose," and then following up with, "Feeling a bit sorry for you guys working with Cam Felton." So Cam's on the camera at the minute, so yeah, he's got to listen to all this and not be able to respond. So I'm sure he knows Robert. Hopefully. Otherwise, it's just some random on the internet just giving him abuse. Well, that's what we're used to here at RC Racing TV. So, I am honestly not sure what this is. Why there's a big wait here. There is a countdown timer to the next group, so they've gone out and done. They've checked in, as the timekeeping people like to say. So all the transponders are working properly. The cars are getting around the track, and it looks like we're about to go. Okay, so the speaker that we could hear previously is now no longer, we can't hear it anymore. So I don't know what is happening with the speakers. We did have some issues yesterday, but anyway, maybe they're back. Anyway, I think we're with the car number 1. It's a white car of Mark Green. Coming through the chicane, and he'll know this track intimately, I'm sure. So we'll follow him across for one more lap, and then we'll start dropping back every couple of laps to follow the next cars behind and see who they are and what kind of info that we have on them. We've been very helpfully been provided with some information by the BRCA, who is doing everything they can to promote the electric 1/8 category. Loads and loads of drivers in this one. And let's see who we've got here. I think this is the car 2 of Craig Hook. Yes. So Craig is running a Shepherd car and runs out of the Adur Club. I'm not sure how you pronounce that, actually. ADUR. Next car behind is this yellow and silver car, I guess, of Zero, which is our friend Gareth Ambrose, who many people, let's follow Gareth for a little bit, obviously. The silver and yellowy car going down the main straight, just about to be passed by the blue and yellow car. So Gareth, where's our information for Gareth? Running an Infinity conversion or prototype, and runs out of Burton. I'm assuming it's Burton-on-Trent, near where I used to live. And this blue and yellow car just ahead is car number 3, I think. I can actually see the numbers, which is fantastic. Of Craig Nutting. Craig. There's a couple of Craigs. There's Craig Hook and Craig Nutting. Running his Serpent from the Heakley Club, also near my old neck of the woods. And by the time I mention that, let's drop back 2 cars to the gold car. And that is the car number 8, I think. Yes. Of Ari Manton, who I have no information of. Let me see. I might have something, but I don't think I do. Running an Infinity, actually. An Infinity conversion. So they don't have an official electric 1/8 car. So it's either a homemade conversion or a prototype or something. I'm not sure. I don't think it's an official prototype, but running out of the Netherlands at the Apeldoorn Club, where we were a couple of weeks ago. And if we drop back 2 cars to the white and pink car, it's number 5. There we go. Of Justin Heath. He's running a Serpent and racing at the Burton Buggy Club. So this is a far cry from the Burton Buggy Club, which I've been to, at least at their old location. And yeah, it's a very tiny track. It is absolutely not suitable for these vehicles. And let's see, the next car back is this one, who we haven't followed yet. Of the car number 7, I think, of Lee Chapman. Lee is running another Serpent out of the Scunthorpe Club. Or a club near Scunthorpe. I don't, the entire town, city of Scunthorpe is not an RC club, although I'm sure many would prefer it to be. No shade on Scunthorpe. And then the car behind, I think we followed the car number 2. I don't think so. Craig Hook? Oh, yes, the Shepherd and out of Adur. So the next car behind is the yellow and black car of number 4. And that's Jack Garrett Lines. Running a Serpent from the London Club. So there's a couple clubs in the London area. I mean, London's a big area, so I'm not sure exactly where the London club is located. Is it West London? Because that's a club, so I'm not sure. So less than half a minute remaining now. And we'll see if we can find the car number 1 of Mark Green. Should be through the keyhole section. Or no, he's just across the finish line now. The all-white car. About the next car on the straight is Mark Green. There we go. We were already on him. Fantastic. There's Mark Green. Very nice guy. And as I said, a legend in Serpent and British Nitro racing. And Craig Hook getting a bit of love from his mum in the live chat. Fantastic. Thank you very much for joining us, Wendy. And there we go. That is, I think that is everyone who was running has finished now. So Mark Green, unsurprisingly, taking that one. 21 laps in 5 minutes and 1 second. Craig Hook and Glenn Beal also doing 21 laps. Quite a bit slower. Almost a lap down for both of them. And then Craig Nutting, Lee Chapman, Justin Heath, and Freak Van Delft finishing on 20 laps. All of them. And we did have a question that came through a few minutes ago asking if Dario Balestre is racing. Well, it's 1/8 Nitro, so of course he's racing. He'll be racing. Actually, it's a good time. That's a good reminder to mention that the next time the top heat drivers will be out. So we have 2 top heats. Heats 7 and 12. 7 and 8. They are back out on track at 3:20 and 5:10 today. That's British summertime. So with that, we'll just have a little video message after this reminder to get your EFRA merch on rcracingtv.com.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
So yes, as you can see from the exhaust smoke rising in the air and the sound of the engines screaming, we've got the Nitro group next out on track. They're just getting warmed up. See if we can show you the mechanics. You can see at the top of the screen the pit lane. And they're just about to be let out. There's Mr. David Spachette letting him out. Mechanicking for one of the Shepherd racers. And there's our drivers who are in this one. Looks like we're at the moment missing Mughal. So not sure where Ideal Mughal is. And you see by the lack of a color behind the car, the number 1, it means either his transponder's not counting or he's not come out onto track yet. So this is just warm up. Every group gets 4 minutes of warm up after a little, I think about a minute, 2 minute changeover period. And then there's 4 minutes of warm up. So about a minute and a half left. And we have Wallow Walker in the live chat saying, "Go Donna" from the USA. So fantastic. Some international fans cheering on some racers. I assume you know Donna. Donna Garcia running under the BRCA flag in car number 2. So we got about 30 seconds of warm-up remaining, about 20 seconds now actually. So you see all the cars coming in for their last top-ups of fuel and tweaking the engines. It's a little bit more overcast than it was yesterday. Still warmish, about 23 degrees. Think about this time yesterday where we're looking at about 29, 30 degree temperature, so it's a lot cooler than it was yesterday, but also quite a bit more humid. So tires are going to be acting a bit different. The traction is going to be different on the track. There's going to be more oil laid down and mixing with the foam rubber of the tires that's been laid down. And of course, the engine setting is going to be quite a bit different than yesterday, running in the heat of the day. So, can't hear an external speaker, so I can only look at the live timing to see what is the deal. The timing clock should have started some time ago. I can only imagine that there's some sort of timekeeping delay, and they're just letting the cars just keep running around. We have had a couple of timing hiccups today, so can't really say what is happening. Again, we're missing Adil Mughal. He hasn't checked in, so we don't really know what's happened to Mughal in the pits. Obviously, no one wants to miss their first round of qualifying. And the timing for this first group of qualifying, I think are they calling everyone in? Yeah, they're calling everyone in. I think there's a bit of a timing delay. So they're calling everyone in, obviously, because there's a red flag at the end of the pits. As you can see there, that's Mark Green's head. Who's just keeping an eye over things. Thanks, Mark, for making sure that... there he is. Okay. That's enough of Mark. He's as curious as everyone else of what is happening. Okay, so, wow. While I don't know what's happening. I really have, we are given less information on average than the drivers. So, we don't really know what's happening, but we'll have a little bit of a break and see if we know anything, meaning I will walk out and try to talk to an official, and we'll come back to you as soon as we can. Okay, well, I mean, conveniently, this lets us catch up on our lunch break, which we completely missed. However, just to let everyone who's watching, first of all, thank you very much for joining us. The timing computer, just another mishap happening with that. So as I was saying, when the timing was supposed to be starting, just nothing happened, and the cars just kept going around. So we apologize for that. Absolutely nothing to do with us at RC Racing TV. So, but obviously the timekeeper and the race organizer and the club people trying to make sure that everything carries on smoothly as possible. But at least it's letting Cam and Kieran catch up with their lunch. Yeah, so in the live chat, you've got John Herman. Hey, John. How are you? Hope, wish you were here, man. And say, can you handle it without me? Well, at the moment, sure. Because we have another unscheduled break, but it's fine. Only RC Nitro is saying, hey, what's up, everyone from SoCal, California, USA. So, yes, actually, the first time I ever saw 1/8 track running was in SoCal, in Southern California. At the, I don't know if the club is still running. I assume it is, but at the IKEA parking lot. I can't remember where it is. Somewhere there. There's a big there's a Goodyear blimp landing area where the Goodyear blimps are stored. So you see them always landing and all that. And across the freeway from that is a massive IKEA, literally like 3-story IKEA. And outside of that is, well, there was a club that used to race, and that's where I first saw large scale and 1/8 nitro racing cars. So it's quite cool. Yeah, so let's go to the straight cam, because watching annoyed drivers on the rostrum is never any fun. And yeah, we'll, yes, so EJ Tarantula saying that's near Carson. Yes, that does sound very familiar. Yeah, I mean, you guys are like 8 hours behind us as well. So, so thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, so at the moment, unfortunately, there's nothing running on track. So we do apologize for that. I'm just going to sort something out that has needed to be sorted for a little while now, and I will come back on comms in just a couple minutes.
On him now, we got the meat green car on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Pole man is being run back to pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no!
Hatner's going with Finn. Finn and Hatner right together now on the last shot. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovacic made an error, so Kovacic makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
Is to take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Okay, so just a little update. We're still waiting on they're doing like test starts and stuff like that for the computer announcing. So unfortunately, it's just one of those things. And just so anyone thinks that we're, the Euros are held at just like any random club. This club has been here for decades. They do really, honestly, they do really know what they're doing. They've been here for a very, very long time, and I've actually organized races here myself. Been here several times for announcing stuff. It looks like we've got activity in the pits now. Things are starting to look like we're getting ready for some racing action. Yep, engines running. I can't hear any speaker announcements myself, but things are moving in the sort of direction of racing recommencing, which is all good. So, yeah, anyway, as I was saying, this is not a fly-by-night operation here. If you were familiar with the track and have been here over the years, it's very obvious where things have been improved. So like that did not used to be a raised pit lane surface. That did not used to be a very sturdy, very sturdy metal driver's rostrum, and fully enclosed, fully covered pits and stuff like that. So it's, but it's one of these things that wherever you go, no matter how established a club is and robust the operations and equipment and everything, there's always something that happens. Always something that happens when a club and organization is stressed to the max to make sure things happen, especially for an international crowd. So, but it does look like we're going to have probably, I would imagine, another 4-minute warm-up session. And luckily for Mughal, who is in the number 1 car, I don't know if Mughal is in the pits. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't identify. Is that Mughal there? Okay, I imagine. Wow, wearing gloves on the rostrum as well. That's interesting. But I'm sure we'll be able to see a number 1 in the pits. Oh, there it is, yeah. So yeah, this delay of whatever it's been, 10, 15 minutes or whatever, has been basically a blessing for Mughal, letting him rush his car out. So he can make his first qualifier, because if things had gone off without a hitch, then he would have missed an entire qualifying run. So Jonathan Wolf, one of our heroes, saying, "Hi all, truck looking great with the red, white, and blue curbs." And it certainly does. Sponge 1310 saying, "Hello, fellow RC nerds." Hello to Sponge. John Moore saying, "Hello, hello. Good morning, Frank." Well, good morning. Well, it depends where you are. It's early afternoon for us. So good day to you, sir. And there you go. As we can see, Mughal has checked in for, and oh, that's a slow line around that entrance onto the straight. So again, we're 4-minute warm-up session, and then 4 minutes of qualifying. BJ Williams asking, will they run a 45-minute or a 60-minute main final on Saturday? So the European Championships always run a 45-minute main final for the Nitro racing. Whether it's buggy, Nitro buggy, I should say, 1/10 IC track and 1/8 IC track, which is what we're watching this weekend. So it's 45-minute main finals. IFMAR Worlds are the only championship category race that runs 60-minute main finals. Of course, there's big races, especially in the States, that run 1-hour finals and stuff like that, but those aren't, that's not for European or World Championships. Those are just what those big races do. But yes, the EFRA European Championships for the Nitro categories always run 45 minutes. So if you think things get complicated with these cars for qualifying, where you're talking about tire wear, fuel consumption, engine tuning, low-end needle, high-end needle, suspension, and all that stuff, it gets way more complicated once you start looking into the finals, because the lower finals are all 20-minute finals, and then we have the last chance final, which I think is going to be 15 minutes. I believe the semifinals, which are the one-half finals, are 30 minutes, I think. And it's just to be confirmed. I need to look at the times for tomorrow, but so we are into qualifying. We're 20 seconds into qualifying run now, actually. So let's see who we're following. We're with car number 7, the multicolored, harlequin-colored car number 7. And that is Luke Lauritsen from the Netherlands. So running second at the minute. Again, it's a full 4-minute run is what counts here. So let's see who we're going to follow next. The gold car. Now, a couple of these cars look familiar because we've seen them not just earlier today, but some of the same drivers are running in the electric category. So Ari Manton is running this gold car. First time I've ever actually seen like an all gold car. That's interesting. So the car number 9, Ari Manton, 15.9 fastest, 14.6 for Ari. With 2.5 minutes to go. Let's see who we're with now. Car number 4 of Haley Baker can cross the start-finish line into the hairpin section, followed very closely by that is a daring pass by the number 8 car of Jesse Keller, who's currently leading this qualifying run. 14.2 fastest lap time, 14.299 last time around, so going very quick indeed. And staying in the top spot. So very quick. So this next car is this mostly red car with some bits of white on it, especially on the side there. And this is our car 3 of Rob McKenna from the UK. We got Tennessee in the live chat. Hiya. How are you doing, Jeremy? Only RC Nitro saying it's crazy and amazing how the pro drivers and racers keep the on-road RC Nitros on the track. Yes, it is indeed. Let me tell you, this is, it seems like an easy track, but it's not. It's very, very difficult. And of course, traction and engine settings and everything like that will change during the course of the day, and today is a very different day than yesterday. Yesterday was about 31 degrees. It's about approaching like 85, close to 90 degrees maybe. I think it's about 87 degrees Fahrenheit, which, trust me, for this area is hot. But today is a much cloudier day overhead, and so the temperature, the engine setting is going to be very, very different. That purple car is having some major issues. Didn't catch the car number, but it's okay. They're being retrieved into the pits. And I think that's the car 2 of Donna Garcia. Or no, I think, is it Ari Manton? Yeah, and as John says in the comments, if you look at the finishing time for Jesse Keller, finishing on 17 laps, As John says, Keller had some issues in both of the seeding runs, so he should be seated much higher, and that is bears out by the results that you can see on the live timing. 17 laps compared to the 15 of everybody else. So it's basically bad luck in the seeding practice. But yeah, that's sometimes how it goes, unfortunately. And there's the finishing orders. And yes, Sussex Velo, I'm well aware it's centigrade in Europe, and that's why I said it in centigrade.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi, everybody. There he is.
Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, we don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so the next group already on, well, in the pit lane, waiting to go out on track. Interesting that British driver out there is allowed to stand on the on a radio box or a stool or whatever. Normally not allowed if you're above a certain height. But maybe it's not a rule in this category. So you can see the cars. So the drivers are ready, and they're headed out. And there's our drivers who are out on track right now. Richard Bolt, Daniel Bancroft, Lee Holland, John Melton, Jonathan Withington, Alberto Fernandez Vidal, Bjorn Baldwin, Max Holland, and Vitor Gomez. And RC Lama, I can guarantee you, is not that tall. I talked to him yesterday in the opening ceremony. He is not that tall. Andrew Pierce, one of our heroes, saying, can we see a bit of car 5 in this run? Definitely, of course. There's one of our local commuter trains going past on the rail network that's just behind the track. Let's see if I can see the times for tomorrow. For, well, no, we're not doing the mains. No, it's, yeah. So yes, all of the sub-finals are 20 minutes. The quarterfinals are 20 minutes. The main final will be semis are 20 minutes. Okay, and then the last chance is 15. Okay, that's kind of what I thought. I was guessing that maybe the semifinals were 30 minutes, but no. All of the sub-finals, so all of the finals apart from the main final, are 20 minutes. There is a last chance final of 15 minutes. And that's basically the 10 drivers below the top 10. They basically have a race-off. And the winner is car number 11 in the main final for 45 minutes. So I think we're on the car 5 now. I was just looking away, but no, coming to pit. And that is Jonathan Withington. Down the straight into that banked first corner, or the banked corner at the end of the straight, I should say. Okay, so now we are started with qualifying. It's just kicking off as all the drivers are crossing the timing loops there. So if we can pick up another car. There we go. So car number 2 is who this is, of Daniel Bancroft. As that was Withington, who just went off the track in front of Anna. Wow, that is not... I mean, it's a way to get around the corner. It looks great, but it is not the quickest way. All right, so if we could drop back a couple of cars to the gray and pinkish red car. Just at the end of the straight and into the keyhole is the car number 1, Richard Bolt. Richard going through the hairpin section onto that thin strip of tarmac at the start of the straight. Drivers telling me it's very difficult to maneuver your car through there, and especially side by side if you're going for a pass. Just look at how fast they come at you. And that is not a short distance, let me tell you. These cars are moving quick. Let's drop back to another car. Let's see who this is. The car number 8 of Max Holland. So Max going through that bank corner into the keyhole section. Through the little chicane over the finish line. Max Holland doing really well here. So that time around, Holland doing a 15 flat. So not the fastest lap on track, but Bancroft is at the moment quickest out on track with a 17 lap run pace. And if we drop back, find a different car, maybe this number 4, next car out on the straight, white, pink, and blue. Here we go at the end of the straight. In the keyhole and across the chicane now. There we go. I believe this is John Melton in the car 4. Yes. Running second at the minute. Fastest lap of 15.2. So not threatening Bancroft or Holland. But doing well enough to stay in the top 3 at the minute. Pretty good. So if we drop back to the next car is the number 3. I don't think we followed them. Number 3 of Lee Holland. There we go. Staying on power everywhere. It's the only way to get traction out. And again, these cars four-wheel drive with a locked rear axle, one-way front differential. Very, very powerful and fast. And time is starting to expire. Lee, who we're with right now, has already finished his run. So let's follow him all the way to the end. Time is finished for everybody. There we go. Daniel Bancroft is going to be taking that one with 17 laps in 4:12. Good stuff. All right, and there is your official finishing order. Bancroft with 17 laps, John Melton, Max Holland, Jonathan Withington, Richard Bolt, Lee Holland, Bjorn Galdwin, and Vitor Gomez. Don't know what happened with Fernandez, but can't win them all. So let's hear from some of our EFRA associated members who allow us to bring you this coverage for free all weekend long. So thank you to EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles, and also to our broadcast partners, X-Ray, ELSC Tune, Lens Bodies, Energy Fuels, and Speedworks. So in this one, you can see the fumes already rising through the air. One of our Portuguese friends on the rostrum there, the third driver from the left. The two chaps at the very end on the left are EFRA and our BRCA referees, so they're part of the officiating team. So they're watching the drivers and making sure that there's no takeouts and clean passes and that sort of thing. Everyone else is driver up there on the rostrum. And here's our country flags and names of everybody who is out there this time. So we have about 2.5 minutes remaining of the 4-minute warm-up period. Only 9 drivers in this one. I'm not sure why they put 9 drivers in this one, and I'm sure there were 10 drivers in the previous ones. So this is Group 3. There's 4 more groups after this one. The top 2 groups are what we call the fast guys, the top heats. And will be containing some very, very familiar names to fans of RC racing and especially Nitro on-road racing around the world, including Lamberto Collari, Dario Balestre, Simon Kurzbuch, and many, many others. I think all 6 of the Italian racers are in the top heat. So no surprise to, well, it shouldn't be much of a surprise really to anybody. Ben Kirkwood in the live chat saying, let's go Mick Jennings from the boys in Perth, Australia. Fabulous. We've got drivers, RC fans, and RC freaks and geeks from all around the world joining in, taking part. Thank you very much for joining us here on RC Racing TV and EFRA, RC Motorsport Europe. And Alex, yes, in the live chat, as BJ Williams has replied, this is the Halifax track in England. We are in West Yorkshire in the north of England. Not the far north of England, but it's north enough where the temperature yesterday was 31 degrees at its hottest, and for this area, that is hot. I'm not sure. I think that's about like 87 degrees Fahrenheit. But yeah, it's hot enough, and the time has started. So we're not actually hearing the speaker announcements. I think the part of the timing issues that they were having was, and also the public address system issues they were having, they have been solved by making it impossible for me to hear the computer countdowns. So I have to look at the clock now to see when the actual timing starts. So someone has come in now. 2 people have come in for refuels and pits. That's after the time starts is a really bad time to come in for your refuel and any adjustments, because you're just losing time to everybody else in your qualifying heat. But this is the first round. So let's see who we are following at the minute. I think it's car 6. I'm going to have to... Car number 6 of Mark Boothman, who does have some people cheering him on in the chat. So a very distinctive body design. Interesting combination of colors. The nice thing about these, I mean, yes, the body colors are simple in most cases, but it's not like they're mega simple, whereas in like electric touring car, you breathe on the body wrong, it crumples and dies. And so the racers tend to just use single-color bodies, which is really boring. And pretty lame, I must say. Wow, these cars are really not working. I would say it looks like they're not making it easy on each other, but it is difficult to get around this track. These cars are not... They're not large scale, but they're not... They're not electric touring cars either. It's difficult to get around the track, especially at the far corner, the entrance to the main straight. Let's drop back a car. This yellow car is the number 4 of Michael Lee, who's at the moment leading this qualification heat. I think mostly because Boothman is having trouble getting around. Now, just from the merit of them doing their timed practice runs, whoever is car number 1, which is Matthew Cook, should be the fastest, but that doesn't mean that's how it always works out. Just drop back to... Actually, it is the car number 1 just behind the white car with the red bits on the edges and going down the middle. Is Matthew Cook. No, the car... That one. There we go. So coming through the hairpin section, that entrance to the main straight, the drivers find it very difficult. And especially if you're trying to put a pass on somebody, if that's where you're going to have to do it, I don't know. Especially if you're not all that familiar with the track. You see how quick they make it down the straight. And it is a banked corner as well. So it's not quite like, you know, NASCAR or sprint car racing or anything like that, where it's You take a high line or low line, and there's a faster way. It's just there's kind of one line around it, so it's quite difficult actually. It's gone off just before this entrance to the straight. Let's see who it does. The mechanic or the marshal is bringing the car back. So cars are finishing the runs. Matthew Cook going to be taking that one 16 laps, not 17. We did see a couple of 17-lap runs in the heats previous. And yeah, Neil Wallace saying, "Go Cookie, car number 1. Please follow Matthew Cook." So apparently he's called Cookie, Matthew. Yeah, I did miss your message because I was watching the track and the timing, but we did end up following Matthew anyway. Greetings from Germany, says Joachim. He also said earlier, "Holy moly, these things are fast." Yes, they are indeed. Positive Perception saying, "Nice to see Michael Lee going well. Very different to his usual class." Yes, indeed. All right, so we'll be right back after this little video message.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to X-Ray for helping us bring you live coverage from the EFRA European Championship season all summer long. Thank you very much to X-Ray and also ELSC tuned lens bodies and energy fuels. So the cars are released from the pits. See the red flag wave. So it's got 4 minutes of warm-up. And there's our runners and riders in this next group. So this is heat 4. There's 5, 6, and then the fastest guys, 7 and 8, out on track after this one. So we've got, let's see, we have starting to see a good spread of drivers and countries. Dutch racers here. Let's see, we've got I think Thurston is in the next one. He's one of our top Brits, but we do have a couple other drivers. Let's see who's in. That. So top group of racers is going to be Carmine Raiola, Dario Balestre, Andrea Catanzani, Alex Thurston, Simon Kurzbuch, Maxime Ripoll, Tony Gruber, Mirko Salemi, Francesco Teroni, and Juan Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. That's our top, our 10 fastest drivers after timed practice. After these guys are up, and they still have a couple minutes left on their warm-up, after these guys have raced, we're going to see Teemu Leino, former top world-class electric touring car racer, Nicola Morone, Mr. Hot Race and Lens Bodies, Robin Hertong, Ricardo Hoffmeyer, Lamberto Calari, Tim Wood, Marco Vergerding, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo, and Lars Hopp in heat number 7. So that's in a couple groups after this one, sorry. But those are our top 2 groups of racers. So they're going to be coming out on track. Well, it's going to be a bit changed. It was going to be at 3:20, but it's a bit after. It's going to be a bit after that because we've had about a 10 or 15 minute break. Like a little bit of a delay. So I'm going to, at the moment, I'm just going to say 3:40-ish for the top groups. That's groups 7 and 8. So, yep, time has started. We're 10 seconds into qualifying run heat number 4. So it's the first round of qualifying and the 4th group of racers in the Nitro category anyway that are out on track. So we're with the Australian themed car of number 2, I believe. Yes, number 2, Ollie King. We're now on the main straight. Actually, there's another very similar painted body behind, which is the number 1 of Sam Snell. So, not to make things confusing or anything, but I mean, come on, guys. Or at the very least, put yourselves in different parts of the track. But, oh well. It's what we do. At least they're not all white. And they're both running like first and second as well. In reverse order of the numbers. So, oh well. Ollie King doing a 14.4. Fastest lap so far. Dave DeBar hopping up into second place with a 14.5. So if we drop back a car, let's see who we pick up. Is the white and red car of number 8, Dave DeBar, who we just mentioned, coming across the finish line. Down into that banked corner. Very quick, these cars. And let me tell you, the electric cars are even faster than most of these Nitro cars because the torque is just instant. Dave coming up on the number 7 of Daniel Leonard. So Daniel's going to be getting some fast cars. Nice pass there. And I'm pretty sure that the referees, I mentioned this earlier, I'm pretty sure that the referee announcement system, the speaker system, can only be heard on the driver's rostrum, which is fine by me, but it does make things a little bit confusing because if a driver suddenly pulls into the pits when we're not expecting them to pit or stops at the stop and go box, we can only assume it's because of a penalty. We can't hear that there have been called for a penalty because only the drivers can hear those announcements. So just so you guys are aware, during the finals, we're going to probably see a few of these mysterious pit stops and drive-thrus and things like that. So who is this? This is the car number 5 being called by the car number 4. So the 5 is Martin Zevenhoven and the 4 of Mark Gilliland. So the pink car is Gilliland. The car just ahead is Zevenhoven. I'm going to guess from the Netherlands. Yes, okay, from the Netherlands. there's a pretty good group of Netherlandese, Dutch racers who are here. One who is notable for not being here is Gilles Grooskamp, who actually won the 2013 European Championships at this track. And I remember that because I was commentating on that race at the time as well. So next car have we followed this one? That's the car 3. Jules Courguido from France. I'm just going to say Jules. Jules K, who's just finished just now as we watch them go across the line. So Ollie King taking that one. 17 laps for everybody in the top 6. So that's a sudden jump from no one getting 17 laps in that last run. Not sure why. To suddenly 6 drivers getting 17 laps. Daniel Leonard, the only one to miss out on double-digit laps, pulling off after 8 laps.
Now we got the Mick Winker on. Now it's a four-way battle. Pole man is being run back to pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last shot. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these 2 drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
Just to take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The 4-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
There you go. Those were the championship highlights from EFRA and RC Racing TV from last year, and we've already seen some amazing moments from this year's championships. Next week we are going to be in Utrecht in the Netherlands, following everything that happens for the week of the Electric Touring Car European Championships, and that includes Fronty. I'm not sure about F1, but last year's racing was pretty good. If you haven't followed electric touring car racing in a little while, yeah, Mark Reinhardt is the defending European champion. And at this event, for this category, Dario Balestre is once again the defending European champion. Ooh, that's cutting it tight, to say the least. So drivers coming in for their temp checks and engine twiddles. No one changing tires, so these drivers being very, very meticulous about how they manage their tires, because obviously at the end of the main straight and coming onto the straight, it's a very high power, very quick on power corners. Well, everywhere here is on power, but that does wear down the left side of the left side tires quicker than the right side. So every driver is hand marked by the drivers and measured, and notes taken by the mechanics and the drivers and team managers. So it becomes very much a science more than just an art. So time has started for just about everybody. Again, we're not hearing the announcement being called, but I think they've changed around some things and to do with the external speakers here. So we're with the car number 3 of Carl Dransfield. So we've been following Carl for many laps now, so we're going to drop back to a different car. There we go. Oh, this looks like an ice cream, like an ice lolly car. Number 5 of York Gulling from the UK. Looking pretty quick. Oh, a little mistake from somebody in front of him, but I don't think it was that number 5 we were following before. I think it was the number 1 of David Kroger, who you would think, again, by just the merits of the seeding practice, would be the faster ones of these groups, but traction and engine changes and all sorts of things happening. There's little bits of blue sky starting to appear, but no major bits of blue sky. It's been overcast pretty much all day, so it's been a lot more. Oh, and that is not a fast way around. So luckily able to zip across the grass. I'm not actually sure that we caught that on camera, but they're down the main straight. It's a couple of cars, the 7 and the 6. And in order, that is Alain Levy and Niall Cochran. So Niall is the second of the 2 cars. Alain's the leading car, the bright green. But they're caught up. They're actually catching up to a group of 3 cars that are ahead of them. One of them is the ice cream lolly colored car that flipped over several times into the grass. That I think happened off camera, unfortunately. No damage because it did land on the grass. Have heard a couple of comments from racers about there not really being any barriers between the lanes of the track, so to speak. So if someone crashes right there, for example, they could potentially go onto an opposing, crash head-on into a car. So I have seen some tracks like Gubbio and whatnot that that don't have that issue. They have like little barriers and even like little bushes planted in the middle of the track. Ooh, and into the grass. There's that car 6 of Niall. Let's pick up a different car. So I think we're with this is the 4 of John Carr. John running out of UK. And the first cars are starting to finish already. 4 minutes is a very, very short time. And unfortunately, we're happy to honor as many follow requests as we have time for. But as you can see, we do try to move around the cars as much as we can. And there's a finishing order.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
As I'll see in the background.
We're here.
Hi. Hi, everybody.
There he is. Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah, yeah.
So yes, thank you very much to EFRA, the European Federation of Radio Operated Automobiles, for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free all weekend long, and also to X-Ray, Infinity, Lens Bodies, and Energy Fuels, and of course Speedworks for providing the partnership with us to let us bring you this for free. So we are in Halifax in West Yorkshire, just in the north of England, in the UK. That's where this track is located, the Halifax track. And these drivers are already ready to get out there and get their warm-up started. 4 minutes of warm-up and then 4 minutes of qualifying. A nice raised tarmac pit lane. So many great improvements to the Halifax track over the years. About, 21 years since I first visited the Halifax track. And, yeah, really good to see all the improvements that they've done in that time. That cafe there on the left side, brand new for last year. Fully covered pit area. And of course, new tarmac laid in the times, improved fencing, all sorts of stuff. So it's been really good to see all the improvements happen over the decades. So this is the third fastest group of racers that are about to head out. Got Rick V from the Netherlands, Thilo Baldus, Gerald Collinet, Jere Saarinen, Thilo Diekman, Fabian Berenger, Nico Saarinen, Thomas Atard, and Andrew Hastings. There we go. A couple of Finnish racers. And don't worry, I do not use the phrase flying Finn. So the next group of racers is going to be the second fastest group. And then we're going to have Heat 8 out on track, which is, of course, the fastest group. Now we got MKJ RC in the live chat saying, "Go, go, Saarinen brothers." Yeah, talked to them yesterday during the live the opening ceremony. Check that out on RC Racing TV YouTube or the EFRA Facebook page. Yeah, it's interesting. They seem to, from what I could gather, reading between the lines, they seem to take turns of who's fastest and who's slowest on the day and in what particular class. And here they are. They're not even able to marshal or pit for each other because they're both in the same qualifying heat, which means, I mean, hopefully they've got it all sorted out because, yeah, it's, 5 heats. Basically, today, 2 qualifying heats, 3 more qualifying heats tomorrow, and they probably won't have any a final to run tomorrow because only the lowest finals run tomorrow. But yeah, it's all part of Nitro racing where you have to figure out who's gonna pit for who. Part of the fun of the game. So we're about 40 seconds from starting the Heat 6 here. And we have someone else cheering on Thomas Atard. So cars 4, 7, and 8 are the ones that we're going to try to follow at some point. If not first, at some point. I believe we're already on one of the Saarinen bros. Let's see who it is. This is car number 7 of Nico Saarinen. One of the 3 Finnish racers here. Of course, his brother Jere is the other one. Well, one of the other 3 Finns. And the final Finn racer is Timo Lino, who's in the next heat, actually. So this is Nico Saarinen in that white and green car. Ooh, did he have a little bit of a mistake there coming off of the main straight? Wow, a little bit tail happy there, so I'm not sure what is happening there. Let's see if we can find Jere Saarinen, who's in the car 4. Wow, okay, getting past. So not having a good qualifying run, but the car 4 is... I'm sure by the time I look down, after finding it, we'll already be on it because it's the white and green. Yeah, there we are. I figured so. But this is Jere Saarinen. I think that's how we pronounce it. I don't know. Oh, and he's already up on his brother. So these two, this is brother about to catch and pass brother. So the white and green car of Nico not having a fantastic run, so letting his brother Jere by. And he even got onto the grass there a bit because he was kind of not pace. Well, he is off the pace. Out of rhythm because he let him by. So it's Thomas Atard is the car 8 who, I know I saw the number already out there. It's the bright yellow car about to go onto the main straight. Well, the first of the bright yellow cars on the main straight now. There we are. It's always a race to find the car. But looking pretty quick. All right, you see that the tight line around the bottom of the banking. You have to come away from the white line of the track edge just a bit to stay in the groove. Wow, that's a really good pass there on the number 3. That was Gerald Collinet. So if we drop back 2 cars to the other yellow car, wow, actually, he's right behind Thomas. So the 2 yellow cars, I mean, this is basically neck and neck in 1/8 Nitro racing. This is almost as close as you get, but we're going to be seeing Gerald try to put a pass, and of course the referee's keeping an eye on this because this is, there we go. Now they're not a battle for the top. We'll try to find, where's Tilo in the car 5, who we haven't followed at all yet today. Tilo's in the minty green, just going on the straight now. No one around him. Oh, and he just flamed out, just as we went to him. He's just flamed out. Oh, sorry, Tilo. But, you know what, though? He's fine, because he made 17 laps. He's completed his run, 17 laps in 4:01. Whew, okay. I was going to feel a bit guilty there, and there's one of the Saarinen brothers also flamed out, but everyone who was driving just then has finished their run, so it's fine. It's just that they didn't have just enough, like a teaspoon of fuel to make it around to the pit area. And David in the chat is saying, Allez Thomas Atard, meaning go fast, basically, in French. Car 8 French Elite Champion. Okay, well, thank you very much for that info. If anybody has info on someone who's racing on the track, definitely feel free to let us know. It's all good info. And Ruda Bittencourt saying, hello from Brazil. Wow. Hope everyone is in good health, watching our amazing hobby and sport. And also following up with, well, it's a little sad. I need to stop racing, but it's a part of life. Yes, unfortunately, yeah. It's how it goes sometimes. So we'll come back after a couple of video messages.
Makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
And there's your runners and riders for this next group, the second fastest group of drivers in qualifying here at the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships for 2025. So some very familiar names in there. If you're not familiar with the category and you're just watching out of interest or just in general, like I'm a fan of RC, then, well, we've got Team Ulino, multiple top international winner in electric touring car from, I mean, literally stretching back decades. Now concentrating purely on Nitro on-road. Nicola Morone in the car 2. Mr. Lens Bodies himself. Lens Bodies, one of our fantastic broadcast partners this weekend. Thank you very much to Nicola for providing this coverage for free all weekend, along with X-Ray, Elasi Tuned, and Energy Fuel, and of course Speedworks. Lamberto Colares, 9-time world champion in this category, so an absolute legend of the sport. Tim Wood, Marcus Weigerding, Lars Hopp, Robin Hertong. I mean, there's some of these guys, like, these are big deals. Believe me, if you're not familiar with the with the sport in general. And this is the second fastest group of racers. So yes, we are building up to the fastest guys. There's 2 groups, 2 rounds of qualifying this today. So this is towards the end of the first round of qualifying. And then we're going to go into the second round of qualifying not long after. We have we're 6-7 minutes divergence to time schedule, which means we're probably only going to have maybe a 3-minute break in between. It's supposed to be a 10-minute break, but there was a bit of a delay earlier in proceedings. So I don't think they're going to have that 10-minute delay after Heat 8. So yeah, we're running about half an hour behind from this morning's original schedule. So time has started for the qualifiers. So let's find out who we are with. I think it's the car 6 followed by the 8. It's Tim Wood and Fernandez. We will work our way to Team Ulino and Nicola Morone and Colari. I think Morone, I know, is running an all-white. Lamberto is running the pale blue car, so they're easy to spot at least. If we drop back to the next orange car, so there's 3 orange cars in a row, 2 are together, and the one who's by himself is our number 1 car of Team Ulino. There he is. So this is the Infinity car of Team Ulino from Finland. Looking very, very quick. Now, it was Timu who was telling me that that entrance onto the main straight is probably the hardest part of the track, because to the drivers, it's just a narrow piece of track. And there's an upside-down car into the hairpins, but it has been recovered. So it's all okay. So Timu catching the other 2 orange cars, slowly but surely. Meanwhile, we'll let him catch up, but the number 2 cars, the next car, white car underneath this, Kieran, is Nicola Morone, Mr. Nick Brown himself, Mr. Lens Bodies and Hot Race. Hot Race is the official tire supplier for the Nitro category of racers this weekend, and there's literally boxes and boxes of tires behind me. Because it's all part of the organization. So Hot Race, the official tire supplier of the not handout tire because it's not free. Not by any means. This is racing, people. Yeah, so Nicola Morone organizing the tire handout procedure and racing himself. And here he is in the second fastest group of racing. Into that bank corner at the end of the straight, into the keyhole, through the chicane and across the timing loop. And now who's the other one? Kalari. Kalari is the blue car, the only blue car out there, about to come underneath us. He's been running this blue scheme for a little while now. It's mostly blue with like flashes of black and white, and then obviously the sponsor stickers. He's running an Infinity. Kalari about to get passed actually by the number 6 of Tim Wood, who's trading the top spot with Morone and Lino. But Kalari, as I said, a 9-time world champion in this category. First time I ever actually saw him racing in action was, I believe, well, it was at this circuit, but I did see him racing here in 2013, but I think it was the 1/8 in Vila Real in Portugal, I think was the first time I ever saw him driving. So Linu leading proceedings. Morone, Lars Hopp, who we haven't followed, in car 9. Let's see if we can pick him up. He is... he's the yellow and gray car just underneath us. So he's going into the hairpin section, and the next car onto the main straight is Lars Hopp. And the yellow car going to the end of the... There we go. Oh, and... Well, he's just about to cross the finish line to finish his run. And someone's just flamed out. That was Timu, who's just flamed out, attempting to go into the pits, actually. So Timu and Wood missing out on 18 laps. Okay, so here's our first victims of flameouts. Lars Hopp, the only driver to make 18 laps. Timu Lino and Tim Wood were on pace to do 18 laps, but flamed out halfway, well, most of the way through the last lap. They would have made 18 laps and possibly beaten. Let me chat or write them down. So I think we're going to be expecting, well, we would have had 3 18-lap runs in that one. I think we're going to get 5 or 6 18-lap runs in this next group, which has got some very big names indeed. So while these guys are getting warmed up, just have another little video message.
It's a four-way battle. Poleman is being run back to the pit. So Poleman is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last shot. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovacic made an error, so Kovacic makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Olowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
So here we go. This is just warm-up. It's not qualifying yet. Not qualifying just yet, but we're nearly there. First round of qualifying nearly finished. This is our fastest group of racers here on track at the Halifax track in West Yorkshire in the north of England. So you're watching the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships for 2025. My name is Frank McKinney, and I'm with RC Racing TV. We are the EFRA official media partner. We've got Kieran on the camera. We've got Cam Felton out taking photos and videos for us. And we have got the fastest drivers in not just Europe, but, I mean, arguably the world here. We've got Carmina Raiola, Dario Balestre, Andrea Catanzani, Alex Thurston, Simon Kurzbuch, Maxime Ripoll, Tony Gruber, Mirko Salemi, Francesco Torroni, and Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido out on track right now. So they are warming up their engines, making sure everything is absolutely perfect for this first round of qualifying. And we're going to be talking, hopefully, to one of them right after they marshal. Okay, so they are in the pits and refueled. A quick check of things. We've got about 5 seconds to go before the clock is starting. There we go. We're with Alex Thurston, top British racer, the first non-Italian in the seating. So we'll follow Alex for a couple laps and then move on. Okay, so we have many people cheering on Maxime Ripoll and Thurston, and well, basically, probably one of everybody in the this qualifier. So who we are with? Who are we with? Car number 0, I believe. So this is Hidalgo. Let's drop back to the orange car, Balestre, in the number 2. Just behind. It's defending European champion Dario Balestre. and I believe defending world champion. He's only got 2 world championships to his name. They're rapidly catching Hidalgo. So if we drop back another car to Simon Kurzbuch, actually we prefer Simon Kurzbuch, the Swiss racer. He's actually currently leading this one with the fastest lap time of 15.3. Thurston with the jumping up in there. Dario Balestre with the 13.5. And if we drop back 2 cars to the minty green of Carmina Raiola, our number 1 seeded racer after time practice this morning. Of course, that's this morning. Now we've got bright sun on the track, and we've got clearing skies now, so it's completely different. Even from half an hour ago, it's a completely different weather situation. We've got sharp shadows on the track, bright sun in the sky, and a lot less humidity, so it's very, very different. Into that bank corner, passing Hidalgo, around the keyhole, through the chicane, and across the timing loop again. Let's see, who's this? We drop back 2 cars to the white and red. 3 cars to the white and red of Tony Gruber at the end of the straight. There's Tony Gruber coming around the keyhole. And just underneath us now, there's our German top racer. I'm not sure how he's doing in the German Nationals. I imagine he's winning, but I don't want to assume. But yes, a regular top finisher. And I believe 3rd last year. First, and really giving these guys a workout. Because I'm sure he will have been here many times in the recent past just to make sure he's got things sorted out. Kurzbuch, Raiola, Thurston, Balestre, Catanzani in the, I think, all yellow number 3. Catanzani is just coming underneath us now in the bright yellow. So he's, 1 car ahead of Tony. There's Catanzani, the young serpent racer, top serpent racer. Tironi, okay, everyone is finished now. So, Simon Kurzbuch is our first TQ with 18 laps in 4:06. And that's 4:06.830 with the best lap of 13.5. Fastest lap came from Carmina Raiola with the 13.466. Okay, so I think we have a couple of minutes. As usual, we're kind of the last to know what the deal is with the time situation. Gaston Van Cleef, one of our RCTV heroes, thank you very much. Racing, thank you very much, Gaston. We do appreciate it. We're trying to get, see if we can get our TQ driver Give me one moment. Okay, so I can report with great enthusiasm that we've got our TQ driver coming to us. Here you go. Just pop that on, and wow, you're taller than I thought, so we might miss you a little bit, but we'll work on it. All right, so Simon Kurzbuch. Step forward a little bit. Forward. Yes. There we go. So you're the man of the moment. How was that run for you?
Wow, it was amazing. Car now, the setup changes paid fully off. Everything was on point. Driving, engine, car. Yes, for such runs you do this sport. Yeah. Yes, really great.
I mean, It seemed going into this first round that it was a toss-up between 5 or maybe 6, 7 different drivers to be who would be TQ on any different round. Is that what it seemed like to you, or were you like super confident that you could nail it?
I'm always quite confident in myself, so I always go into the race and say I will win it. But I already knew yesterday it's really depending on the setup. If you get the setup right for the condition, so. Yeah, mine was perfect now. We work even more that it's better for the next one. And then
you mentioned the setup because, I mean, yesterday it was 31 degrees. It was blazing. I mean, for this area, very hot. I don't know what it's like for where you're from.
Yes.
But now it's so much cooler. It's more humid. But during that run, the sun came out and everything was completely different from what it was even 20 minutes previous. How did you guys, I mean, you say you had the perfect setup, but I mean, was that just, would you say it was half luck and half just nailing it and knowledge and skill, or what would you say?
Yes, I would say half luck, half the other side. But let's say in the afternoon or evening, we know it will be colder, so we know what to do for the colder conditions. And yes, that's what we will do, and hope for the best.
It was it was a really good run, and it was so close. And I mean, do you think you're going to be able to do it again in Q2, or?
Yes, we will try to do it. The engine is there to do it, the car as well. So we need to drive it, and then we will see.
We love it. We love the confidence. All right, fantastic. Well, I think we have still just a tiny bit of a break, but we'll let you go off and debrief with your... is that your father?
Yes, my father, and Alex is almost a second brother for me. Yes. So
okay, well, now I know your mechanics' pit names.
Yes.
Well, fantastic. All right, great. Congratulations, Simon, and get out there and do it again.
Thank you. Let's go.
Perfect. Oh, good stuff. Thank you very much, Simon. Okay, so there we go. Round 1 of qualifying over, and as BJ mentions in the chat, Balestri down in 8th in Q1, but I think it's only 2 to count if I have to look that up. But we'll see how that works out. Now I do believe we have a little bit of a break. I will just look at the times here. And I know this is fantastic television, isn't it? Just waiting for me to look at the times. But because there was definitely scheduled a 10-minute break or so after Q1. It's 4:20. So we might still have like an 11-minute break here. So and we'll be back on schedule. So I'm going to go with, let's say 4:20, and that's British Standard Time. So we'll just go off air. Oh, well, not off air. Please stick around in the chat. There's so many of you watching. It's honestly, it's thrilling racing. If you're not used to this kind of racing and how technical and super detailed these things can be, there's so much more to it than we can even convey in our live broadcast. But please do stick around. We have electric 1/8. I almost said IC track, but 1/8 electric track. 2 heats of it coming up at 4:20, and then we have qualifying round 2 for all of the Nitro racers as well. So do stick around, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Heb jij je mail gezien? Hé, jij moet even je mail zien. Daar moet ik te wachten. Ik heb ze weer op ongelezen gezet. Dat wat ik te kijken heb. Ga jij maar kijken. Meer zeg ik even niet.
So we've got Simon Kurzbrook on the TQ spot, taking first round TQ. 3 rounds to count. We've confirmed it. Thank you very much to RCTV guys, to the other guys, to helping us just make sure that it is 3 rounds to count. So 2 dropouts. Carmina Raiola coming in second, Andrea Catanzani third, Tony Gruber in fourth, Alex Thurston in fifth, Francesco Tironi sixth, Maxime Ripoll seventh, Dario Balestre in eighth, Lars Hopp in ninth, and Timu Lino in 10th. Now the other drivers that could potentially pop up into there: Tim Wood in 11th, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo in 12th, Rick V in 13th, and 14th, Tilo Baldas, and 15th, Lamberto Calari. Of course, I think we can expect Dario Balestre, who finished 8th in that qualifying run. There we go. There's our current qualifying order. Of course, after 1 run only, you can see there, so 3 to count. We're about to go into qualifying round 2. And I think, I mean, of course, I was the only one like in the room with Simon when I was talking to him. But let me tell you, the confidence exuded by Simon, wow, is literally, it's palpable. You can feel it, you can sense it. I think, though, we're going to see a big challenge come from, obviously we're going to see a big challenge come from Dario Balestre and Carmine Raiola. But, you know, what they're going to come up with is, I'm sure it'll be fantastic, because the team behind Dario, even, he's got Team Massimo, Mr. Massimo of Max Power, and Massimo, his mechanic. You know, the years of skill and teamwork behind Dario is immense. So I know we're going to see a much better result out of him in qualifying round 2. Raiola finishing second. I mean, it's not first, but it's not terrible. You know, any other driver in the world would say that's a fantastic result. But not Carmine and not Balestre, I bet. So it is going to be a very fascinating round 2, I believe. The sun has, at the moment, it's behind some clouds, but we're going to see, basically, we've gone from overcast to partly sunny, partly cloudy, whatever you want to call it. As you can see there's, from the pit lane camera, soft shadows, shall we say, diffused shadows. So there's not direct sun on the track at the moment, but it is going in and out of the clouds. So the track is heating up, the humidity is going away, the setup changes are coming. And we've got basically electric cars. The silence will continue. So there's Carmine Raiola and Dario Balestre, Infinity teammates. Thankfully, hopefully, right in our pit lane camera view. Let's see what the other side of the pit lane looks like. It's not going to be massively busy, because you can see, there we go. So these cars running mostly Hobby Wing electronics. 2800 kV is pretty much the standard of what people are running. And they're getting lined up and ready for the second round of qualifying. I'm not sure I'd want to be on the dirty side where that number 7 is. That's very dirty there. I mean, look at the lines in the dust. So it's not a great place to start. Maybe circle it around or something. So that's car number 7 of Joe Diacono. I think Joe had some problems in the first round, if I remember correctly. So I'm not sure if we're going to have warm-up. Okay, so Joe, well, he goes from one side of the dirty grid to the other side of the dirty grid. Oh, we have a very late comer coming. So we'll just take note of Kerr's book. Okay, so no warm up. Couple laps. Okay, so they're doing the smart thing. There's no need for these cars to have 4 minutes of warm up. I mean, it is extra track time, but you know, they don't have engines to warm up and anything like that, and refuel and all, or you know, change the engine settings. They're just drive, just go. So yeah, they're off and away. And again, we're not hearing any of the speaker announcements. So like the time countdown, stuff like that. I think what they must have done is move the audio from the external camera, external speakers that all of the pits and that we can hear externally. I think they basically moved that all to the driver's rostrum or the driver's stand, if you're in America. So that only they can hear it. So we cannot hear it at all. So when they went, yeah, we don't know. All right, so yeah, let's, again, we'll just follow cars for a couple of laps, and then we'll move on to a different car. And just so that anyone who's following along, of course, there's going to be many, many Brits who are watching, or, you know, we'll be catching up later in the day or tomorrow or whatever. We want to make sure that, you know, you can see your friends driving around on the track, basically. But if you do have any follow requests, be sure and let us know. My name is Frank McKinney. If you're following RC TV and RC Racing TV, you may have seen and heard me before. One of the hosts of RC TV News. A new episode dropped yesterday, so make sure and check that out on RC Racing TV. RC Racing TV is the official media partner of EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. And EFRA.ws is the website for EFRA. So if you want to know more about EFRA and how it works and all the various RC federations across Europe that help EFRA, you know, basically make the rules and bring together things, the organization that drives RC forward in Europe, go check out EFRA.ws. So this week's coverage of the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships from Halifax in West Yorkshire in the north of England is brought to you by X-Ray, E-Lossy Tuned, Lens Bodies, Energy Fuel, and Speedworks. So thank you very much to our broadcast partners for allowing us to bring you this coverage for free all weekend long. Make sure and, you know, if you're looking for a body shell for your X-Ray, what better body shell to use than a Lens Bodies body on your X-Ray car? Power it with an E-Lossy tuned motor, fill it with Energy Fuel, and use Speedworks. Of course, greases and fuel and whatever else you might need. You can find everything you need from all of these amazing partners. Let them know that RC Racing TV and EFRA sent you, and thank them for their support and sponsorship to bring you this coverage. Steve Arendt is asking, do you know what chassis they're driving in 1/8 electric? I actually do. Amazingly, a very nice chap from the BRCA gave me a very large amount of information, actually, about almost all of the drivers in this category. That car number 1 that we were just following, that is Mark Boothman, who's also running in Nitro in the IC category. He's running a Shepherd electric car and he usually runs at the Broxtowe Club, which is actually near me. It's a car club that's very near me. I'm hoping it doesn't run this car here because it's a very bumpy circuit. Whereas the Halifax track is, by comparison, so much smoother. Let's see what car number we're on now. As it just comes closer and closer. It's car number 4 of Alfie Wadsworth, one of our younger racers. He's only 9, can you believe it, and racing in a European Championship. So I know we've been following Alfie. Let's stick with Alfie for at least while we're talking to him. Of course, he's from the UK. He's from Huddersfield, so he's not far away. So he'll be familiar with this track. And young Alfie getting around the track pretty well, I must say. Boothman in that car number 1 is pulled off for some reason. We don't know why. So let's find another car to follow. Who's this white car number 6? Nikki Taylor. Nikki running an Infinity. So Infinity, as I understand it, does not have an official electric 1.8 chassis, but there are people who have conversions or homemade versions and stuff like that. So Nikki running an Infinity electric car from the Southport Club, and also runs in the Iconic F1 series. Iconic is like a vintage touring car and also buggy series that runs across the UK during the summers. It's gotten very, very big, and I found to my detriment that it's very hard to get an entry into it unless you sign up months ahead of time. Wendy Hook saying, thank you so much for the TV coverage. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Wendy, and for cheering on Craig. Especially for the family that can't be there. Really appreciate it. Thank you again, Wendy. Very welcome to join us in the chat and ask us to follow. Just remind us when Craig's on track, and I'm sure he's up in the next group. Yes, he is in car 2. So we'll make sure and follow Craig. Chris Hardesty, thank you very much, Chris, for joining us. Mr. Electric Category Vice Chairman, I think. The electric are mostly Serpent. Yes, that's true. There are mostly Serpent cars. There's a handful of Infinity cars. There's an ARC chassis. A little surprised there's not many X-Rays seeming to be running, but who knows? I happen to be proven wrong. But look, I mean, just there's 3 Serpent chassis that we can see already. Shirts, I should say. Monstab Music saying hello and good evening. Well, hello and good evening to yourself. We're approaching the evening, but we're still, for us here at least, we haven't had to change the times on our watches or phones or anything like that, or the laptops. So it's all still just, for us anyway, or RCTV, the normal time because we're just a couple hours north of where we live, basically. So we have Mr. Serpent, Mark Green, in this one. Mark did I think it was a 13.9 fastest lap in the first round of qualifying. I'm not sure what's the qualifying time. I mean, very easy to say that Mark set the TQ time. Let's see here. Steve Arendt saying, thanks for the information. You're welcome. Scott White saying, go on, Craig Hook. Lots of people cheering on Craig, including his mum, Wendy. I have to go into a different page entirely to bring up the electric. So, ranking list for quali. So, Craig's ranked second, actually. Excellent. Now, the drivers that are listed, now we have seen some drivers have the wrong information, so take it with a small grain of salt. But yes, basically everyone, apart from one, who has a chassis listed on MyRCM, everyone apart from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and there's 20 racers in total, and 14 of them are running the Serpent 990E. There we go. Chris Hardesty says, or to be correct, the chairperson. Okay, thank you very much. I'm sure you're in a very comfy chair at the moment, enjoying a very large snifter of adult beverage, Chris. So I hope you're enjoying it. Have YouTube open on the TV or the tablet or whatever in front of you, and just watching the clouds roll by. And here we go for a couple of warm-up laps. So there's our runners and riders in Q2, Heat 2. So Heats 1 and 2. Actually, no, it changes once we go to the Nitro. It goes back to Heat 1. So they get basically, I mean, a couple of minutes. There's no, like, tire warming really needed. There's no engine tuning needed. So basically, it's just a formation lap. I think in the practice times they did have like a 2-minute changeover period, and then also a 4-minute warm up for the electrics, and then another 4 minutes of driving, which, you know, is like just another 4 minutes. It's not doing anything. It's just wearing down the tires. So I did hear the horn that time, so that's interesting. So Mark Green leading proceedings off. We'll follow Mark for a couple laps. And it seems like Craig Wood has invited his entire fan club into the live chat to cheer him on. So we'll make sure, and we have to follow Craig Wood, obviously. I mean, number one, because his mom's watching. That's really the main reason. So Mark Green, as I said, running the Serpent 990E electric chassis. multiple British champion. And I would guess that Mark Green is literally 90% of the reason why there's so many Brits running a Serpent in this category. But we are with Craig Hook, running a Shepherd out of the Adder Club. Oh, and someone has just smashed into the wall right in front of our little hut here. And Cam has decided to not follow Craig Hook anymore. He's like, no, don't care about any of Craig Hook's fans. We'll catch up with Craig again. But this white, no, it's not even white. There's no white on this car at all. Blue and yellow car is the number 5, I think, or 3. Of Craig Nutting. So 2 Craigs. Chris saying, no adult beverage, but now you've mentioned it. Well, what better way to be a chairperson than to have an adult beverage in one's hand, eh? Silver and yellow 0 car of Gareth Ambrose. I think that was Lee Chapman who unfortunately hit the wall in front of us because Lee is no longer counting. My favorite thing about this category is that how nice and quiet they are. I don't even have to have my ear protection in. That's the second line of my RCTV catchphrase is stay hydrated and wear your ear protection. So 2.5 minutes remaining, and we're with the gold car. So we see this gold car again, not this car, but another car painted gold later in proceedings. This is Arie Manton from the Netherlands. Running an Infinity conversion kit, or well, an Infinity electric conversion. I don't know if it's like an official kit or an unofficial kit or what, or it's just like 3D printed parts you can just download and print off yourself or whatever. But there we go. And this is we're back with Mark Green. So let's follow Mark for another lap, but we need to find Craig Hook because there's so many people out there screaming to see Craig Hook in action in the number 2 car. And he's just about to come underneath us now in the white and orange with the big blue on the back end of it. There we go. So Mark Green's leading things off. Glenn Beal at the moment in second. Craig Hook running third, on pace to do 21 laps in 5:03. Now, I was starting to say, well, 21 is a lot more than 18, but there is an extra minute of racing for the electric category. They have 5-minute qualifying runs, where the Nitro cars have 4. So less than a minute remaining now. And we hope the Craig Hook fan club is getting their fill of Craig. Someone let me know how old Craig is, because I know Alfie is 9, but I don't know how old Craig is if his mom Wendy is watching. I mean, he's not going to be like 40 and his mom is watching, right? There's 15 seconds left in the master clock. Is there anyone who we haven't followed? Well, I mean, they're kind of finishing off, but car number 9 of Freak Van Delft is just the orange car just underneath us. The number 9, bright orange. Well, it's the only, pretty much all orange car. First time we followed Van Delft, so I just want to make sure that we spread the love and make sure that we follow as many people as we can, even if it's only for the very last lap. So Mark Green getting 22 laps, doing a 13.8 that time round. I'm going to get my hearing protection in because the Nitro cars are about to start up. And Matt is reminding me that mums were watching at the 40+ Euros. So, yeah, okay, fair enough. But I still want to know how old Craig Hook is. Now that I've thrown it out there. And there's our finishing order for Heat 2, Round 2, Heat 2 of the Electric 1/8. And let's hear from the EFRA Associate members for 2025. Okay, so we do have an answer to how old is Craig Hook. Apparently, we're told, the world is told, that he is 35. So, all right, very good. And as you can tell from, well, I'm sure you can hear the noise. And you can see the smoke. Nitro cars are revving up and getting warmed up. Ready for Q2 Heat 1 of Nitro proceedings. And again, it looks like we're missing Mughal. Now this was in the first round of qualifying. This was the actual qualifying round or qualifying heat that had some major problems with the timing. So the timing started, 4-minute countdown finished, and the official race clock never started for whatever reason. So Mughal had a ton of time to get ready. Extra time. I think it was about 10 minutes before they got things sorted out and back to where we are. And yeah, so there's our runners and riders. Runnings and riders? Runners and riders. So we've got, I think I saw an aerial. Did I see an antenna tube on top of one of these cars just now? Maybe not. No. Yeah, so a 4-minute warm-up for drivers. And it looks like Mughal has checked in. You see the one next to the name is so the one with the gray behind it is the order where they would be sitting in qualifying or the race. The other number is their car number, and because it's got that sort of like pale green behind it, that means that it has that transponder for that car has checked in, as we say. So the computer has recorded it as it goes across those dotted and solid lines at what we call the timing loop. So I think we're looking at, if you guys have to step away for whatever reason, we're looking at, I think that's a bit wrong now. I was just about to say, the wrong time for the top heats to come out, but as I say, it's wrong. Trying to bring up today's schedule. Yes. Quali round 2. Okay, so the top heats are going to be out at 5:40. That's heats 7 and 8 today. Tomorrow, assuming everything is all good and we don't have any delays or whatever, we're going to have a 9 a.m. start tomorrow for qualifying round 3. And that makes the top heats, which is heats 7 and 8 of Nitro. They will be out at 10:20. 12:10 for qualifying round 4, and for qualifying round 5 at 2 o'clock. And then we will have at 2:20 a lunch for 1 hour, just so everyone is aware. And then we can start with the lower finals. But meanwhile, we've got qualifying round 2, heat 1 of the IC side of things. And the clock has been running for about half a minute now. And we're on the car number 5. Car number 5 of Jake Sheldon. Doing pretty good. And it's good to see Idol Mughal out on track. It's mostly Brits out on track out of the 9. However, there are 3 Dutch racers of Luke Lowershin, who's running 7th at the minute. Is that right? No, I might need to refresh this. I think timing is stopped again. Timing is frozen at 3 minutes 30, and we might have another issue here, I'm afraid, because the live timing has stopped. So the drivers may be called in. I cannot say what's going to happen here, folks. I do apologize. We don't know what's happened. It's either the online connection. Oh, no. I was going to say it's an online connection because now it's showing 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Okay, so we carry on. We carry on. Right. Jeez. Does the track have lights? No, it does not. Well, it has one gigantic light up in the sky, but that's about it. But we finish racing by 6 p.m. anyway, so it's all good. Yeah, so a minute and a half remaining now. Sorry, apologies. So just trying to figure out what's happening. Obviously, that's impossible, so I'll just carry on. Jesse Keller, as we mentioned before, he's out of place in this one, and I think possibly Mughal is as well. Keller was the only driver in the first round to make 17 laps, where everyone else, the next closest drivers, were getting only 15 laps. So that would put Keller possibly in a semifinal position. As long as he's able to stay clean, it's just really unfortunate that during the seeding practice that basically places you in your various qualifying groups, he just had terrible runs. So, yeah, it's racing, it's luck, stuff happens. But yeah, it's not always smooth running for racers, but it's part of the deal. Sometimes you eat the bear, and sometimes the bear eats you, right? So we're with this white and blue car of number 8 of Jesse. So whether by luck or skill, we picked up Jesse as he's finished his run now. So this is his pit-in lap, so to speak. Yeah, so his mechanic has told him over the radio, I presume, yeah, you're done, just bring car in, don't risk breaking it. And there goes, well, there went Jesse. It looks, yeah, he did 17 laps in that one, so slower than in the first round. So we'll see. So that is Heat 1 done of the Nitro side of things. Heat 2 coming up next, and we'll see the finishing order pop up on screen in a moment.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
There he is.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Okay. Don't forget to subscribe and like the channel, no matter what channel you're watching us on, whether it's RC Racing TV or EFRA. Make sure and like and subscribe. There's our very tall British racer wearing the number 46 again. So, sorry, my tabs just get really weird. Maybe my fingertips are just, I don't know. It's not like I have ketchup all over my fingertips. I'm trying to find things on the desktop so I can tell everyone all the stuff from my RCM on all the different tabs. But anyway, just having a little moment. Okay, so where are we? We're in Heat 2 already. So just to recap, today, obviously we're in Heat 2 of qualifying round 2 of the Nitro side of things here in Halifax, the Halifax track. At 5:40, assuming we have no other delays or whatever, at 5:40 is going to be our Heats 6 and 7, the top heats of Nitro. So we're going to see, is it going to be Dario Balestre who takes TQ for round 2? Is it going to be Carmine Raiola? Is Catanzani going to be able to recover? Is Balestre going to come back from an 8th place finish? So remember, 3 rounds out of 5 to count. There's our runners and riders in Heat 2 here. Plenty of Brits in this one, once again. Our Portuguese friend. And one of the, a few Spanish racers who are here. Tomorrow, proceedings kick off with qualifying round 3 at 9 a.m. That's British summertime. British summertime, remember. So if you're anywhere in Europe or outside of Portugal, I should say, it's going to be 10 a.m. start for you. 10:20 is when the top heats come out for Q3. 12:10 and 2 p.m. That's 1400 for rounds 4 and 5. And then we have a lunch break after the top heats, and that will be 1 hour. Or if it's anything like today, that will be the time that we kind of eat into the lunch hour and just recommence back at 3:20. 3:20 is when we're going to see. I think it's 3:20 when we're going to see the first of the subfinals start off. So we'll be, of course, playing those all out for you with live commentary. We're going to have as many guest live commentators as we can. There's several potential people that we can have in to help co-commentate and provide some extra info and stuff like that. But unfortunately, they're really busy. They're all really busy. And there went the number 9 car. This is just warm-up, so it's okay. That's the first thing to do, is just flip it over and just make sure the car is still running. And then a slow drive back to the pits just to make sure everything's okay. Because, well, they will need to refuel. There's about, 30 seconds remaining? The timing is frozen very slightly again. Yeah, Chris, just saying, regarding my antenna or aerial comment, most racers keep the aerial below the body shell. Receivers with internal aerials are not the norm, like in 1/10. I was just wondering, because we do see a few, literally like a handful, 1 or 2 racers at some of the events that we go to with 1/8 buggy and 1/10 buggy sometimes. We do see an aerial pop up in the racing every now and then. It's just nice to see, as an old school racer from way back when. It's just nice to see, but obviously, yeah, it's not the done thing. But it still kind of looks cool, I think. So it's nice to see. I remember when you could go to the hobby shop and there'd be like, instead of like a pencil case or a pencil cup just full of, pens and pencils, it was all different kinds of, bright green, or bright orange, white, black, whatever, antenna tubes or aerial tubes. And you could just pick whatever color you want and you go, my color this year is orange, so I'm going to go with an orange one or a black one or whatever. It's just cool. Anyway, I thought I saw a very short aerial, but obviously these days now, like even the modern radios, they don't even have external aerials, which is interesting. So obviously, as I have been wittering away, 3 minutes remaining in this qualifying heat, and we are following the yellow and red car. I think it's the number 3 or the number 8. Number 3. First instinct was correct, surprisingly, of Lee Holland. So Lee looking nice and quick there. If we drop back to the car number 9, that is Vitor Gomez from Portugal. He is coming down the straight towards our straight cam. Have to try and be careful how loudly I say Cam, because we have Cam Felton doing some video and photography work for this weekend. So we had Cam on the cam earlier. Oh, where did he go? Where did he go? He went in the grass. That's the very slow way around. And then the avoiding action, unfortunately. Luckily able to get out of the grass with these, basically slick tires. It's hard to describe these tires, but they're basically open cell foam if you're not familiar with them. Car number 7 is who we're with now. Bjorn Baldwin, who we haven't followed before, so good pickup. Yeah, so open cell foam tires. And again, I've mentioned this previously. No tire cutting allowed, so there's no truers that are here. No tire truers. There's no shaping them with anything. You take them literally, essentially out of the package, and you put them straight onto your car, and you take them straight off again after you're done. There's no tire saucing. There's obviously no tire warmers. There's not any tire warmers in this category. Anyway, we have a broken, that's the number 2 car that is just broken just in front of us. Daniel Bancroft. That is super unfortunate because he was on a very good run there. Bancroft was on a 16-lap pace, and that is not going to be achieved now. So I think, is that the car 1 that we haven't followed car 1 yet, so it's good. We'll stick with Richard Bolt here from the UK. Richard's on a 16-lap 4:13 pace. Now just remember that Simon Kursbrook had an 18-lap 4:06.830 pace. And obviously, he's very confident, as we talked to him, about basically TQing again in later in this round. So we'll see how that prediction bears out for him. But of course, he's going to have a lot of competition on his hands with basically, the entire Italian team and the Infinity racers, most of which are, I think all of the Italian racers are Infinity. I don't think there's any who aren't. No, sorry. Catanzani, of course, is a Serpent racer. And there's our finishing order already, as I've just been babbling away. So in a moment, we'll hear from one of our fantastic live stream partners after you hit subscribe and join. And there we go. Thank you very much to X-Ray for helping us bring you this coverage live for free all weekend long. We were here yesterday. We covered the opening ceremony. You can check that out on RC Racing TV, YouTube, and on the EFRA Facebook page. We also want to thank Elasi Tuned for helping us bring you this coverage. And Lens Bodies, Mr. Lens Bodies himself, Nicola Morone, is racing, later on in this round. And also Energy Fuel and Speedworks. So some fantastic brands and people that are helping provide this coverage for you. I'm not sure how relevant this is, but Daniel Kearney has just popped in with the information that I'm just going to assume it's true because it's on the internet. Mick Jennings is currently the best 1/8 on-road nitro driver in Western Australia. Congratulations, Mick Jennings. And thank you to Daniel Kearney for bringing his name to our attention. So again, it's online, so it must be true. Congratulations, Mick Jennings. And congratulations to Western Australia for producing the talent and the wonderment that is Mick Jennings. I do wonder if he can beat Carmine Raiola's fastest lap time in that round 1 of qualifying of 13.466 seconds for a single lap. So there is that. But Carmine races primarily in Europe and especially Italy, but he's here this weekend in Halifax in West Yorkshire in the north of England, UK. And there's our runners and riders for this next group that is just out on track now. One of our Portuguese racers. That's got to be Belgium, isn't it? No, that's France and Netherlands. I mean, thank you, Napoleon, for making Luxembourg, France, Netherlands, Belgium, all of them just use the same color. It's fantastic. Thanks, Napoleon. And of course, many Brits. 6 out of the 9 drivers are British. I mean, pretty standard, to be honest, with the host nation. Basically taking up any extra spots that are available. In motorcycle racing, we call them wild card spots. Just like they're available. Here you go. After the country federations, if there are any leftover spots after the country country federations like DMC and AMSHI and ROMAC, etc. Basically, the European equivalent of the BRCA RC Federation and ROAR, etc. Any open spots go to the host nation, and of course, get filled pretty quick. So drivers coming in for, this is just warm-up again, so it's a few minutes of warm-up, and then we have 4 minutes of intense qualifying. You see how quick these drivers get up to speed coming out of the pits. Ooh, that's a nice corner cut there. Now, interestingly, there's no curb there. There's no it's not a raised curb, so you can do like the Scandinavian rally style of hooking in on that corner. But I don't know if that's like a thing, because you risk chunking your tire, meaning tearing a corner of the tire off, and basically making it go out of round, out of balance. So that's I don't think it's an intentional thing, but at least it's better than hitting some of these curbs that are raised and having them act as kind of a ramp, really. Oops, someone's running a bit lame. Just heard a car kind of going whoop, up, 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 up. Go past. And time has started. As you can see, the clock counting down. Chris Dickens saying, "Go Team Boothman." Team Boothman being Mark Boothman in the car number 6. And let's see who we're with first. And we're with the car number 3, Gert-Jan van Schaik, which I'm sure I am utterly butchering, but Gert-Jan is doing really well at the moment, running top of the group, or competing, well, in the top, some of the top drivers of the group. Got a gaggle of 3 cars behind. One of them fell off into the grass. So who have we picked up? And one of well, this is the car that went into the grass. It's car number 6 of Mark Boothman. So unfortunately, that was absolutely not my fault. It's not a commentator's curse, but Mark running in the grass there is going to be possibly a throw-out run for Mark. Of course, all 5 minutes count. It's not just best 3 consecutive laps anymore. All 5 minutes count. So we'll see how things proceed. Oh, sliding off there. Let's let Mark go a little bit, and maybe the car that's just passing him now, that number 8, the yellow and kind of almost, oh man, and then the 8 runs into the grass on the outside of the entrance. That's going to be a real trouble spot. That was Daniel Ludenia from, is that right, from the UK? So some trouble there for Daniel. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, a lot of drivers are saying that that is a problem area for the racers, especially just being able to see everything properly. So who is this car behind? Oh, that's already car 3. So if we drop back 2 cars, we'll be on the car 1 of Matthew Cook. As, oh, a car, oh man, that is the car who we've just picked up. Oh man, my apologies. The tire came off. Hopefully nothing else. Hopefully it was just a loose tire and nothing broken, but that is going to put an end to that run. So we were just following this car, so let's pick up a different one. Got 1 minute left. This blue one is a good one. And that is the number 2 of Baptiste Jimenez from France. I would not have picked that name to come from France, but there you go. Through the hairpin section onto the main straight. Look how narrow that appears, even from our vantage point. The drivers are a little bit higher, but they're a lot further to our right as we're looking on the main camera. There's so much further. So that entrance point to the main straight is literally at the farthest point of the track away from the drivers. It's a very, very difficult corner to navigate, especially when you're under pressure and you got cars front and back around. Oh man, onto the grass. So luckily able to keep the tires rolling, and there's another car on the grass. So some of these cars are able to keep it going. So time has expired. Master clock has finished. And looks like Stephen Davis going to be, coming across, getting 17 laps. Along with Gert-Jan van Schaik. So those 2 are the only ones on 17 laps. Everyone else with 16 laps. Except for the unfortunate Matthew Cook. Not sure what happened to his car, that number 1. But, yeah, hitting the wall and tire came off it, or wheel, I should say. And, yeah, so unfortunate for Matthew. But hopefully He's able to recover, and this is merely just a throw-out. So we'll just have another little video message, and we'll be back in a moment.
On him now, we got the Mick Winker on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Pole man is being run back to the pits. Our pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn. Finn and Hatler right together now on the last shot. And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kovalich made an error, so Kovalich makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
The winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
So there we go. There's our runners and riders for the heat that is out on track now. Heat number 4. And of course, that video piece was just some of the fantastic highlights that we were able to bring to you last year. So many more great highlights already this year. So this is just the warm-up period. We've got 9 drivers in this one. So we've got 10 in some heats, 9 in others. Of course, lots of Brits in this one again. So this is heat number 4. Heat number 4. So fastest guys again out in heats 7 and 8. Waiting for a gap in the traffic there. That's good. So they're just like blazing out. So we have about 45 seconds of warm-up remaining. So the drivers are going to start getting called into the pits by their mechanics. Most of them using headsets, which, I mean, several years ago they weren't allowed. You can imagine the Anyone, I mean, you don't have to imagine it. You can just remember, anyone who's been around Nitro racing for a little while, just remember the amount of shouting, frantic shouting back and forth from driver to mechanic. I mean, look how far they have to shout. Over engines and 20 other people that are up on the rostrum. Chaos. So much nicer now with the headsets that, I mean, yes, expensive, but they do help keep the noise down. But for a while, they weren't allowed. It took a little while for them to be accepted in the pits, and then eventually just the weight of numbers of people using them forced the rules to be changed. And we're 10 seconds into the qualifying run already. And following the car number 5 of Martin Zevenhoven from the Netherlands. Martin moved pretty well in the first one, running a Serpent, as I can tell from the stickers on the side. That's one nice thing about these cars, that the wing end plates, or whatever you want to call them, they're so massive you can put gigantic stickers on the side. So Martin moving pretty good. And now with the car number 8 of Dave de Baar, another Dutch racer. So a good number of Dutch racers here. Probably, I think, more than the Italian racers. And normally at a Nitro on-road event, we'd see about a bajillion Nitro racers from Italy. But not this time, just 6 or 7 or so. And with the car number 1 now of Sam Snell from the UK. Got some sort of design on the front top of it, but I can't really tell what it is. It just looks dark green and bright yellow. Sort of Aston Martin-y sort of colors. So I like it. And next car to come across the line. Ooh, and Sam Snell getting it wrong there. Is we're on the car number 7. This white car number 7 is Daniel Leonard. Daniel looking pretty good. Able to keep that pink car behind him. I think it's the car number 4, is it? Car number 4, Mark Gilliland. So a couple of British racers. I'm assuming they know each other or have raced on the same track previously. So now on the pink car of Gilliland. He's definitely making inroads. But about a minute to go before, yeah, and he's made the pass off camera. There's about a minute left in this one. And car number 9 now, this orange and yellow. Very simple. You don't have to, I mean, there's no masking or anything like that. It's literally just like a blast of orange on the front and a blast of yellow in the back. And there you go. There's a paint scheme. This is Santos Arenas Eicher, sorry. Eicher, Santos Arenas. Rapidly being caught by the yellow, green and yellow, number 2. He's let by very easily, of Ollie King. A little bit wide line on that at the end of the straight. So some traffic, more traffic coming ahead. And driver's starting to finish. Watch out, don't get knocked over. There we go, and everyone is crossed except for Steve Scott, who didn't start this one. decent marshalling there. And although that marshal looked like they were barefoot, they're not. They are actually wearing some shoes. Okay, so that was heat number 4. Heat number 5. Next up.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
There's RC in the background.
We're here.
Hi, everybody. There he is.
Totally secret, no one knows. You got any thoughts on it?
No, we don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so drivers are ready. We're going to have heats number 5 and 6, and then the top heats of 7 and 8 coming up. MKJRC is saying, why no X-ray cars? Maybe because Hootie doesn't want to pay for a 1/8 on-road driver, so even hobbyists look elsewhere. Well, I talked to a couple of X-ray racers at some events earlier this year, and they just said they're not coming. They have other events that they are wanting to go to, and there's only so much time off that they can take. So, fair enough. Not everybody is, but those are hobbyist racers. Those are, they're not. They might be partly sponsored by their local distributor or shop or something like that, but not necessarily directly sponsored by X-Ray. I don't really know. Normally, we would see Uri Hootie here, running in the mid-pack, but I don't know. But even when Bruno, who, obviously left X-Ray at the end of last year, he got his start. His favorite class is 1/8 Nitro, 1/8 track. And he very rarely raced in the class for X-Ray. And sponsoring drivers costs a hell of a lot of money. a lot of money. So they do make good cars, obviously. Maxime Ripoll is their top X-Ray racer, I think, at the moment. And yeah, he's going pretty quick. He's certainly pretty quick. But as far as why no X-Ray racers, that's going to be a question that you're going to have to ask one of the Hootie people. Okay, so we've got so many people watching live right now, and almost all of you are being very quiet. So I can only imagine you're either listening at work or working on your full size or your RC car, or listening to us as you're doing other stuff, which is all fine. It's all good. But if you're able to tear your fingers away from whatever you're doing, let us know where you're watching us from, and let us know who you're cheering on. I know we have lots of Craig Cook fans and Craig Hook fans, and what brands you're cheering for. If there's any favorite brands, I try not to have a favorite brand these days. It helps with certain things. I think the wind is actually picking up a little bit. I'm seeing some gray clouds just above. The stricken number 8. Oh, there's speaking of Craig Hook, he was the one who was in the grass just then. We actually have some gray clouds directly underneath us. The clouds are back. The blue skies are moving away from us. There we go. I mean, those are properly gray clouds. They're not black gray. They're not threatening gray. But over here, and this is where the clouds are coming from, is from our left. I don't think... I mean, there was a very slight chance of showers, like literally like 10, 20%, but that was a couple days ago. I'm going to have to see if we might have something to discuss. See what's happening in just a random weather forecast search. 5 p.m., 10% chance. So yeah, it's that 10% chance is still there. Ishmael chiming in the live chat, watching from Tampa, Florida. Fabulous. So many Americans watching this one. I think there's a surprising number of Americans watching. You know, Nitro on road is still a thing. It still has its fans. You know, it's not as big as some categories. We have to say, we have to admit, but it still has its fans. Yes, it's harder to get into racing. You know, you need a pit crew. I mean, you don't need to have like 4 people following you around or whatever, but you know, you need to. There's a bit more socialness in it because you have to have people do stuff with you at the track and everything. But you know, for some, that's part of it. It's all good. And yeah, so I'm curious. You're not the first American to say good luck to Donna Garcia. So I'm wondering, are they Americans or what's going on? Steve Arndt saying I'm watching from Saarland in Germany while packing organizational stuff for the 24 hours Euro race in Andernach at Arena 33. That sounds awesome. That sounds really cool. Organized by Uwe Reinhardt, of course, and my club, MAC Searsburg EV. Very cool. What does the EV stand for? And what does the MAC stand for? Okay, so Donna and they are Americans. How did they get... Okay. I think they're racing under the BRCA side of things. And what has happened here? Why is there a delay again? Can you... Okay, so we're just trying to figure out what is actually happening out there. We got Cam there at the bottom of the screen talking to Dan Jones, our EFRA chairman of this section. Dan doesn't like to be on camera, but at least not in an official capacity. Okay, yeah, so we have a little bit of a delay once again. Luckily, it's kind of happened sort of late in the day, this time. And yeah, so things will be sorted out as quickly as possible. So we're just going to pop away for another moment and see if things can sort themselves out while we're on a little video break.
Marcus Currup is through.
Now it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
SRC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
Now we got the mid-winker on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Pole man is being run back to the pit. The pole man is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatler's going with Finn! Finn and Hatler right together now! On the last shot, and Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Currup is through.
To take the most amazing European Championship, that is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win. The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
I love RCTV News.
I'm Matt McCallum.
And I'm Frank McKinney.
And here are your headlines.
SRC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
Totally secret, no one knows.
You got any thoughts on it?
No, we don't have a clue what you're talking about.
That leads us nicely to the 12th Euros.
And this week's hot topic.
This is a hot topic.
Okay, these are rookie numbers. These are rookie numbers.
Right where we're sitting now is where that crash happened. We did what you expect of us. We tried to stir up some drama.
Another good one.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so it seems like things have been sorted out. And I only say that because I can hear engines running. You can see the clouds of smoke coming from the cars in the pit lane. So yes, we are just about ready to get the cars back out on track. So just to catch up with the live chat, I missed Pekko Ivanen saying, of course, Timu Leino. So, of course. Fellow Finn, Pekko Ivanen. Pekka, when are you going to come back to touring car, man? Leave that 8th buggy. Everyone does 8th buggy. Let me see. I can't remember who it was, but someone said that supposedly Bruno left because they couldn't run. He wasn't allowed to run 1/8 off on road. You know what? If you check back RC Racing TV podcast, I talked to Bruno about why he left. And I mean, that may have been a tiny part of it, but there's obviously lots of issues there. I mean, no issues. He left on very friendly terms, and won a world championship and a European championship last year for X-Ray or with X-Ray. So yeah, it's all good between them. But at some point, everyone would like to move along. MAC means Model Auto Club, of course. But in German, it means like something like really long word, right? Model Auto Club. EV means registered club. Very good. Official registered club. Charles Yates joining us from South Carolina. Fantastic. I love... a couple of years ago, or a few years back, we went to, I think we landed in Charlotte and ended up driving through North and South Carolina to Myrtle Beach for RCGP. And I must say, it had been a while since I've been in the proper American South. And the country is just lovely. Just so nice. Went on the like, not country roads, but about half the trip was off of the highways, and it was just beautiful. It was so nice. Tion saying, I remember back in 1998 when my dad's friend used to race the same exact RC Nitro cars. I was 8 back then and 34 now, and remember it like yesterday. Very nice RCs. Yeah, I mean the basic layout of the cars hasn't changed, but they do evolve. All of them, year to year, and it's really fascinating to see how that all gets shaped up and everything. Pekko saying, when it starts to snow, I will be back with TC. Okay, good. Good to hear that. Okay, so timing is about to kick off, I think. Yes, there it goes. It's starting to kick off. So as the drivers, you see it count down like 3.358. And then it goes back up to 4. It's just because as each driver is crossing to start their own clock of 4 minutes, it resets itself to 4 minutes. So now I think everyone has crossed the line, and we're with, I think, is that the car number 9, I think, of Ashley Gouveia from the UK. Ashley looking pretty good and very nicely done. Ooh, getting easily past the car number 6 there as they spin out of Niall Cochran. Around the keyhole. Across the timing loop again. Go to our straight cam. I think, there we go. Around the keyhole, and that is car number 4 that we're with, I think. Yep, of John Carr. Trying to see the sticker on the side of the car. Can't quite make it out this time. Now the cars 1 and 2 and 1, I think. And that is Jason Frost and David Kruger. Might be swapped around a little bit, but this is car number 1 of Kroger. Oh, sorry, 3. Carl Dransfield. Oh, weird spin out there. Coming on the main straight. At least it's not onto the grass or into the barrier. It's always bad if you slide across the grass and go into the barrier. Oh yeah, this one here, the ice cream body, because we've just been asked by David in the live chat. Now I remember this back in the 80s and 90s as the rocket pop, but I can't remember. I don't remember what it's called by the ice cream vans here in the UK. So this is Yorick Gulling from France. But someone in the live chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure this is the rocket pop color scheme. Maybe I think it's meant to be the French flag in car painting form, but it looks like the rocket pop to me. So just Google rocket pop and it'll come up in images. So Jason Frost and Craig Hook not making this one, so I don't know what happened to Craig. If any of the Craig fan club can let us know what happened to Craig, why he's not he's got a DNS on this one now. So it's definitely going to be a throwout. You only get 2 throwouts. And David in the live chat is letting me know that Yorick is Yorick's dad is the one who paints his bodies for him. So how old is Yorick? Let us know how old Yorick is, because we like to follow the young racers and just give them their due, and let the older guys know who to watch out for in the coming years, as everyone is starting to come across and finish their run. They only get 4 minutes. So Niall Cochran's going to be the last one to finish on 17, or is he going to be able to? That's Carl Dransfield. So he's finished. Oh, wow. There's another one that's out. 4. Everyone who is running has finished at least. So Niall with a pretty slow lap on that last one, I think. So 17 laps for everybody that ran. That's pretty decent. So we just have a little video message for you, and we'll be back in a moment.
Makes an error. Marcus Carrup is through.
No, it's a four-way battle.
And Finn's on the inside! He's got him!
I love RCTV News.
There's RC in the background.
We're here. Hi, everybody.
This is mine.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah.
So we are here at ETS round number 3 of season 17.
Davide Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion.
Today, mamma mia, super happy.
It's like a real now. It's like a real.
That was definitely one of the worst stick drop attempts I've ever been witness to. Okay, so the third fastest group of Nitro racers are out, and you can see cars getting warmed up in the pits. Now you might be wondering why the mechanics, and there's 2 mechanics allowed per car. The mechanics aren't allowed, but they're not wearing high-vis vests. Whereas the marshals who are out on track, you can see a few of the marshals there, they are wearing high-vis vests. Well, it's because the mechanics aren't allowed to exit the pit lane. How about that? Yeah, so even if a car crashes directly in front of the pit lane, it's the marshals have to bring it into the pit lane area, and that's where the mechanics can grab it from them. And there are runner marshals, or the cars are meant to be passed from marshal to marshal rather than having a marshal come all the way across the track. It's all very efficient, so that the marshal doesn't have to leave their post for too long. We have another relation in the live chat. So Gissel1 saying, good job, York, for this Q2. But now his brother is in this run. Go Thomas. So Thomas Atard is Gissel1's brother. Okay, very good. Well, we've had mums, we've had brothers. All good stuff. We've also got Rick V in this one. And Tilo Baldez. Gerald Colonnet, Jere Sartinen, Tilo Diekman, Fabian Barringer, Nico Saarinen, Thomas Atard, and Andrew Hastings. So 9 drivers in this one. Let's see. Who is... I don't have it saved. No, ranking lists. Quality. There we go. So, in the next group, we're going to have Timu Leno, Nicola Morone, Robin Hertong, Ricardo Hoffmeyer, Lamberto Calari, Tim Wood, Marco Weigerding, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo, Lars Hopp, and there's our drivers who are in this group. 2 of our 3 Finns are in this one. The remaining Finn is in the next race. So, Pekko, if you're still with us, you have to watch this race and the next one. And in the top heat, and that is Heat 8. We're going to have Carmine Raiola, Dario Balestre, Andrea Catanzani, Alex Thurston, Simon Kurzbuch, Maxime Ripoll, Tony Gruber, Mirko Salemi, Francesco Tironi, and Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido. Our TQ in the first round, remember this time, folks, 18 laps in 4 minutes, 6 seconds, .830. That was Simon's finishing time from the first round of qualifying. The fastest lap was done by Carmina Raiola with a 13.466. So just remember that and keep that in mind. Jose Pena saying, hi guys. Hi, Jose. Pictures from the MRX7. Where can I see it? I don't know. We're just doing the live streaming. If it's a prototype in any way, you're not going to be able to see any pictures of it anywhere online. There might be some pictures from someone who's attending the race or something like that, but not necessarily from RC Racing TV or EFRA. We don't want to be violating anyone's trust with taking pictures of prototype stuff and plastering it all online and stuff like that when they don't want it to be published. But I really don't know. I'm assuming it's a prototype, but I don't know. Okay, so we are 40 seconds to go before the start of this round 2 for Heat 6. David is reminding me that Thomas Atard is the French elite champion and the European champion for 40 plus. Very good. So we'll make sure and follow Thomas, of course, because also his brother is watching. So that's the car 8. we'll be paying some very close attention to. That's almost an unsafe, an unsafe release for sure. There's Thomas. Oh, and into the, see, that was absolutely not my fault. If anything, oh no, under the grass again. So dirty tires. And that is the start of a qualifying run. And that is the start of his clock. So hopefully he's gotten all the rubbish and the grass off of the tires. We'll follow for a few laps here. Over the chicane, past the timing loop, through the hairpin section, onto that. That's a very tricky section of track where Thomas crashed. Oy. Now, if someone wants to let you by, there's plenty of places for that to happen. But in a heads-up race, ooh, that is very close to the edge there. So in a heads-up race, as I was saying, it's going to be very difficult to make passes. Cars are going to have to be like a half a second or a second lap faster than the car they're trying to pass. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's another recovering car, that pink and white, whoever that is. So Rick V in control of things at the minute. On pace to do 18 laps in 4:11. Jari Saarinen also on pace to do 18 laps. See if we can find Jari out there. Jari Saarinen, that's the car 4. Can't remember which of the green cars it is. It's definitely one of the green and white cars, I think. I might be wrong. I am wrong. I think Kieran's already on him, though. Not green and white, orange and white, of course. Yeah, so here's Jari Saarinen, one of our Finnish racers, one of our 2 Finnish racers in this group. So, Pekko, this one's for you. Pekko, just remember this. Doing you a massive favor here. No, he's one of the quick racers anyway. Talked to him yesterday during the opening ceremony. I'm not sure who was that just went over. Right there, just being recovered on camera. So that is the first of the Saarinen brothers of Jere. Nico not having a fantastic run. Did a very good last lap time. Let's see where Nico is in the car 7. The other of our Finnish racers who's out there somewhere. So it's the white and green car on the main straight. Yeah, you're already on him, Kieran. Around the keyhole. Across the chicane. Through the chicane and across the timing loop. Not across the chicane. You don't want to go across the chicane. Ooh, and this yellow car flying past. That's the car 1 of Rick V. Let's follow that yellow car. Going super fast. Fastest Dutchman, I think this is the fastest Dutchman. In part because Jillis Grooskamp isn't here. I mentioned this earlier in the day, but Jillis concentrating on electric touring car now with the Infinity team. So obviously there's the brand new Infinity IF14 Speciale, which is out now, and that's what he's concentrating on mostly. He did make an appearance at the 1/10th IC Track Heroes several weeks back, but I think that was mainly because it was like just down the road from him. But this is Rick V, and time has already expired. The master clock has finished. So drivers feathering the throttle to try and make it back into the pits under their own power. And a few not making it. So Rick V taking that one. 18 laps in 4:11. That is 5 seconds off Simon Kurzbuch's time. Kevin Brown asking, where are the results posted? You can go to myrcm.ch, and if you look for the Yorkshire Radio Controlled Model Car Club link, that information is all on there. And Jose Pena, hopefully you caught that when we were following Rick V, his car is the yellow car. Giselle 1 saying, good job for my brother. 3rd place. Yes, indeed. Anybody can be that quick in this sort of company is doing a fantastic job, especially on a track that you've never been to before. You know, it's one thing for the British racers to be quick. You know, some might say, well, you know, you would sort of expect them to. It's, you know, the home track and all that, but not. You know, it's if you live down south and you're 4 or 5 hours away, it's not necessarily home track. There are some racers here who this is literally their home club, but no one in the top group, no Brits in the top group. I don't think this is their home club for any of them. So we just have a little video message, and we'll be back in a few moments. So there you go. It's a nice little reminder of the amount of different racing vehicles that X-Ray offers to the racing public. X-Ray is one of our broadcast partners this weekend, so thank you very much to X-Ray for helping us bring you this coverage for free all weekend long. And also thank you to Elasi Tuned, Lens Bodies, Energy Fuels, and Speedworks. So if you're going to get a car, make sure it's an X-Ray. Chuck a Elasi tuned engine in it, and of course fit a Lens Bodies body on there. Use some Energy Fuel and some Speedworks grease, and you're golden. You're off and away, guaranteed to win. At least if you know, guaranteed if no one else is on the track. So there's our drivers in this one. Team Molino, Nicola Marone, Mr. Nick Brown, Robin Hertong, Ricardo Hoffmeyer, Lamberto Calari, 9-time world champion, Tim Wood, Marco Weigerding, Alvaro Fernandez Calvo, and Lars Hopp. So this here is, I say just, but it is just warm-up. So this is letting all the drivers get their get a feel for the track conditions and see what they're like, and obviously for the mechanics as well, to tune the engines and get everything warmed up properly, make sure the clutch is working right, the nitro settings, the engine settings are okay, suspension settings are all, even if they're not perfect, at least getting used to how they are so that you can drive around any issues, hopefully, if you're able to. And if there's something that could be changed rapidly, like, I don't know, I mean, obviously a nitro engine change is the big one, but there's ride height and I don't know what else you can change very quickly on one of these cars. There's not a huge amount, to be honest. You need to be on it from the start. So let's pick a different car. There's an unnerving amount of orange cars in this one already. So just as a reminder, this is our second to the fastest, second to the last heat. This is the start of our top heats, as I like to say. Starting a bit later than we thought, about almost an hour later than we thought at the beginning of the day, unfortunately, but there we are. Things happen. And, you know, we've got a racing program, so all is okay. Cars are going around the track. So this is just the final top up with fuel and the last little twiddlings of the tuning needles. You see Michael Sullivan there, long a stalwart of the Serpent brand. And the last few seconds before the master clock of 4 minutes kicks off. Listen, just feathering the throttle. It's not even hot. It's only, what is this? Well, 25 degrees. It was much hotter yesterday. And the drivers were doing 4 minutes okay, I think. But obviously, it's a bit more humid. It's a bit cooler. So, obviously running different engine settings. Who knows? Maybe a different glow plug. Maybe a different engine. Who knows? There's all sorts of things that you can change in these cars. It's an amazing category of racing. So leaping up to the top early on is Fernandez, Lars Hopp, and Kalari. So it's pick up the Lamberto Kalari in the blue, or who are we going to pick up? Time has started. Here we are. I think this is that's Team Mulino, our last of the Finnish racers that we're going to see on track today. Obviously, he's going to be hoping to make it into the main top group of racers. He is in the second to last group of cars out on track, running the Infinity. He used to be a top electric touring car racer, but now concentrating solely on 1/8 Nitro. He's just coming off the track. This is number 3 of, let's see who that is. My computer's decided to go to sleep. Robin Hertong, a top Dutch racer. And Nicola Morone hopping to the top. Here's Kalari. Again, I'm going to just say it until everyone gets tired of hearing it. 9-time world champion. And just multiple European champion. Like an insane number of wins. Kalari running the Infinity. Teammate to Dario Balestri, who's going to be trying to make it into the TQ position, obviously, next time round, but is going to be facing down teammate Carmine Raiola and a very strong Simon Kurzbuch. So let's drop back to another car. This is the car number on this one, but this is the number 9 of Lars Hopp, okay, from Germany. Very multicolored, very nice looking paint job, actually, I must say. So, Hopp on the top at the moment with the 13.7 fastest lap time, but Tim Wood, Fernandez, Morone all trying to make it into that top spot as well. Let's find here. I think this is Morone in the 2, yes. Running that new Lens body shell. He's got a few clear ones available if anyone wants to buy one. But there he goes. Through the chicane and into the hairpin section. Once again, So Morone, he's not just a dab hand with designing tires and body shells. He's a pretty quick racer as well. So last laps starting to appear for some of these racers. Kalari has finished. No, not yet. Not quite yet. Linu coming across. Okay, so Tim Wood is finished. And quickly knocked off the perch by Fernandez and Morone. Kalari finishing third. Linu, where's he going to... Oh, top of the shop for Linu. So 18.409.8 is still 3 seconds, almost exactly 3 seconds off of Kurzbuch's time. So a lot closer than the winner of the last heat, but still a few seconds off.
On him now, we got the mid-winker on. Now it's a four-way battle.
Poleman is being run back to the pits. Our Poleman is going to miss the start.
Oh no! Hatner's going with Finn. Finn and Hatner right together now. On the last shot, and Finn's on the inside. He's got him.
Fantastic display of driving from these two drivers who have pretty much carved up the touring car world between them this year. Kobovic made an error, so Kobovic makes an error. Marcus Karup is through.
Is to take the most amazing European Championship. That is absolutely unbelievable.
Mark Reinhard takes the European Championship.
Yeah, it had to be a while, man. Waiting for it a long time again.
And crossing the finish line for the last time, Dario Balestre is our 2024 European champion.
As always, another title.
Dario Balestre got to stop and go in the penultimate lap. Still hang on to the lead there and take the win.
The four-wheel drive European champion for large scale, Van Helmen.
And the winner, your European champion, is Juan Carlos Canas. David Ongaro, associated European champion, and didn't he deserve it?
Bruno Coelho is your champion. Michael Walowski then comes across the line to win the European Championship.
Okay, so we're getting ready for the last heat of the day. Last heat of the day. And we are looking at Carmine Raiola in the car number 1, Dario Balestre in car number 2, the young Italian Andrea Catanzani in the Serpent in car number 3, Alex Thurston in the Mugen in the car number 4, Simon Kurzbuch in the Capricorn car number 5, Maxime Ripoll in the Capricorn car number 6, Tony Gruber from Germany in the Capricorn car number 7, Mirko Salemi in the Capricorn. No, sorry, Maxime is in the X-Ray. My apologies. Francesco Torroni in the Infinity, and there we go. Juan Antonio Hidalgo Garrido from Spain. I don't know what car he's running, so if anyone lets me know, I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I'll have to go. I'll try and find out myself after once the racing's finished, but it'd be great to know. So yeah, there we go. Last time round, we had Simon Kurzbuch take TQ with 18 laps in 4 minutes and 6 seconds, .830. So there he is there, just coming through the banked corner turn at the end of the main straight here at the Halifax track in West Yorkshire in the north of England. So it's Very, very quick racing. And very, very tight at the top. So the qualifying order last time round, if I can bring up that tab again. Chris Hardesty in the chat asking, do I have the track temperature? I don't, but it is 25 degrees air temperature at the moment, if that helps. I realize I'm in the wrong category to try to find the quali ranking lists. Quali ranking lists. Here we go. So in the first round of qualifying just a few hours ago, we had Simon Kurzbuch take it, as I said, with 18:406.830. That is the time that everyone's going to want to beat. Carmina Raiola did 18:407. So what, 0.7 of a second back? .552. Catanzani third with coming in for fuel already. 09 point, so 3 seconds back basically from Kurzbuch. Balestre finished 8th, and he's obviously going to want to do better than that. Never, ever count him out. Master clock has started, so we're going to move to the live timing, and we'll see how things kick off in this one. Let's follow, yes, there we go. Let's follow Kurzbuch around. Oh, actually, this is Gruber that we're with. Gruber, another one you can never, ever count out. But it's Raiola, Kurzbuch, Salemi. Everyone coming across to top the lines. Let's see, first laps, 13.3 for Raiola. That is a tenth faster than his fastest lap last time around. Let's find Raiola in that minty green car, just about to cross the timing loop right now. Raiola absolutely motoring, but not quite as fast as Simon Kurzbuch. With his projected time is, jumping around so much, 18:410, so a little bit slower. Kurzbuch 18:404 now is his projected time, so that's 2 seconds faster. Raiola, did something happen with him? Looking at the timing, down the main straight and into that banked corner. So fast. Let's see where he comes across this time. No. Let's find Kurzbuch out there. Kurzbuch is... There he is. We're on him right now. I think the amount of confidence that was absolutely dripping off of Simon Kurzbuch in his TQ round 1 interview was, you could actually just feel it off him, the amount of confidence he had. But Dario Balestre now coming through, 18:404.429 projected for him. Thurston 18:408, so he's not out of the picture, but he's a few seconds behind Kurzbuch and Balestre. Where's Balestre in the... Balestre running a different color car now again? No, he's just about to come on straight in that number 2 orange car. There's Balestre. Balestre looking super strong. First round finishing 8th with an 18:403 pace previously. Now it's dropped slightly, I think, with traffic to 18:404.537. Ooh, and coming across a very bold pass there at the end of the straight. Let's see what he's got now. 18.44.9. Wow. Absolutely. 2 seconds, almost 2 seconds faster than Simon Kurzbuch's round 1 qualifying time. That time around, 18.404.692. That's better than 2 seconds faster. Thank you very much, SRP. Let me know that Hidalgo runs a Serpent car. We are following Dario Balestre, who is at the moment on pace to be TQ for round 2 here at the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. 18.404.3. That's 2.5 seconds faster than Kurzbuch's first round TQ. What an amazing pace. Kurzbuch has fallen off the boil to 18.413, so he's had a moment or 2 or 3 out there on the track. Raiola now picking up speed to an 18.405 pace. Thurston still topping the leaderboard there, but actually on an 18.409 pace. It's Balestre and Raiola, but actually Balestre is actually a second behind, a second ahead of his teammate Carmine. And we're going to follow Balestre coming across. And, and so he's just hit him from behind, but he's actually already finished. I don't know who that was. Wow. That was a massive hit because that car is roasty toasty. Car number 10, that is actually Hidalgo. So, okay, so we're going to... That is it for racing today, but Dario Balestre takes round 2 TQ. So we knew we'd come back, but we didn't know that we would be able to see him take TQ once again. So we'll just have a moment, and we'll come back, and hopefully with Dario. All right, so, wow, Dario Balestre. What a comeback. I didn't actually see, first of all, what happened in the first round because we were following around. There were so many fast drivers. There's so many drivers that could possibly take that TQ in the first round. What happened in your first run to make you take 8th?
Was just my bad, my mistake.
Okay.
So I'm human and I can mistake. This time I mistake.
Yeah, I mean, you're human. That's fine. That's good. That's good.
I recover a little bit in the second one, but it was not easy because we are many cars.
Yeah.
And the track is very tight.
Yeah.
So when you find someone in front of you, it's not so easy. Don't lose too much time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean,
I would say one thing about the referee because it was really fair. Every time I hear, please, car number 1, car number 2.
Yeah.
So that's the right way to make races.
Yeah, that's perfect. I mean, the weird thing is we can't hear them, and obviously it depends on the track that we go to, where sometimes only the drivers can hear the referees. which I think is the better thing to do.
Yeah.
But then we don't know, like, if someone pulls into a stop and go or drives through the pits, and we don't know why necessarily. Or sometimes if we can hear the referees, we know that there's a stop and go coming, but we don't know necessarily for who or why or whatever. But that's good. That's great that you're saying the referees are doing a good job calling the traffic and the blue flags. You know. So yeah, you managed to come back, and obviously you've got a great team around you. You got some great teammates. And obviously you've got the Team Massimo, as I like to call them. Massimo and Massimo.
Massimo, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, is that... and I know there's 3 rounds to count. You know, the first round is maybe a throwout, and you're like, were you worried at all after that first one? Or was there any sort of like, you know...
Of course, it was not the best start of the qualification of my life, but can happen. So head down, try to keep back the car.
Yeah.
Because today the track changed a lot.
Yes.
So I don't know which is the reason. I would like to say it's only the track, and this is. But then I work a little bit in the car, and seems like it's back.
Yeah, and I mean, you say the track changed. I mean, from yesterday to today, the track is completely different. The weather, it was overcast, it's humid, and it's just been cooler. It's been like 8 or 9 degrees cooler than yesterday,
I don't know,
which is
honestly,
a huge difference.
I don't know. It's a huge difference because it's faster.
Yeah.
So the lap time is faster, but it can become really more difficult to drive. It's like oversteering. So I work to calm the car compared to yesterday. Yesterday was really dynamic and easy to drive. Today was fast but not easy to drive, so I need to make some small changes to follow the track. Yeah, that's the point.
Okay, well, I mean, it's weird. It's really wild because obviously, you know, we were saying yesterday the Italian teams are relatively small, but everyone was in the top 10, and now. You know, going into even that first round of TQ of qualifying, it seemed like there was 5, 6, maybe even 7 different drivers that could be TQ.
Yeah, of course.
At any point.
Of course, it's normal. Must be like this. Must be like this. Carmen is fast. Simon is fast.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Tony also will come back tomorrow. So no doubt about my friends.
And you race against them so often, so it must be. You know, like, okay, well, here we are at this track. Things are different, but same people.
Yeah, always. Rules can change, track can change, sun can change, but we are always the same drivers. So
now you're saying, the last question, you're saying the track's quite difficult. I was talking to Timu, your teammate, yesterday. He said the most difficult part is the entry onto the main straight. Is that the hardest part of the track?
Yeah,
it's so far away?
I agree with Timo. But today it was even worse because the car became really nervous. So I will think about something in the night to adjust more for tomorrow. But yes, the speed corners are the point of this track.
Yeah.
So car must be smooth, easy, and you don't need to lose the speed.
Yeah.
Because if you use too much steering and the speed, especially before the straight, you lost power. So that's the point.
Yeah,
I agree with Timo.
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be a fascinating set of races.
Yeah.
I mean, for us to watch. Hopefully, it's enjoyable to race. I know it's.
I think it was important run of qualification.
Yeah.
This was like happy hour, I think. So good points for the rest.
Yeah. Okay. Well, as I said yesterday, buona fortuna.
Grazie mille. Grazie mille.
And best of luck tomorrow for you and all the rest of the Italians and the Infinity team.
Thank you, my friend.
Okay, you're welcome. All right, fabulous. So that is Dario Balestre. Thank you, Dario, for joining us for a TQ interview, and congratulations, round 2 TQ. Okay, so that wraps it up for today's coverage from the Halifax track in West Yorkshire in England for the EFRA 1/8 IC Track European Championships. We're going to see you tomorrow from 9 a.m. For the start of round 3 of qualifying. And the first of the lower finals are going to be kicking off starting in the 3 o'clock hour. And that's British summertime, remember. So if you're in Central Europe or America, wherever you are, Australia, make sure and set your times accordingly. But that is it for today from me, Frank McKinney, for RC Racing TV, and for Kieran, who was on the camera most of the day, and for Cameron, who was also on camera for a few portions of the day. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow. And I do apologize. We have an extra special guest, our overnight TQ. There we go. Carmina Raiola. Wow. Amazing. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And so now you're overnight TQ. You were just looking at the points for the first time because you have a second and a second.
Yeah.
Dario has a 0 and an 8. And Simon has a 0 and a 14. Gruber is in second with a 3 and a 4. But that puts you in overnight TQ.
Yeah, I think because I was the more consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I finished good.
Yeah.
2 good rounds.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, I think I need to win 1 round.
I mean, yeah. There's a, I think maybe a big problem called Dario Bellestri.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, Dario is always strong. We knew he would come back in that in the second run. It's impossible to call. I mean, I was telling Simon and Dario just now that going into the first round, even the second round, just looking at the names, it's like any one of these 5 or 6 drivers can be TQ at any time.
Yeah.
And it just shows how tight it is. So what is the experience for not just for Team Italia, but for the Infinity team and yourself? What it's like to race against these guys?
It's really hard. You cannot mistake, never. And for me, it was almost perfect round. I just 3 lap. I cannot push because someone crashed in front of me, so I have to. And also the engine, the car, you feel perfect, but someone is little bit always better.
Yeah.
So the perfection, I think, is the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes it. I mean, it's very exciting for us to watch. What's it like on the driver's stand where you're stood next to?
No good for my heart. I know it's nice to watch because I told you I follow always the race from home. It's really nice, but from the driver's stand is little bit different.
Yeah.
Because we have a communication with the mechanic, so they say you are 0.2 in front, 0.2 behind. So if mistake little bit, fuck, But I'm happy. The car work good, engine good, the fuel also super nice. And now 1 hour I try to change something on my setup, and tomorrow I try all.
Yeah. How much was the in English? I hope you understand, but the swing in the setup, the type of setup that you have from this morning to what you just ran. Obviously, the weather is completely different from yesterday. The track conditions, all that is so different.
Yeah, I changed the shock oil from this morning to now, because we see a lot of track that change the condition, but this track is the maximum I see, because in 3 laps is 1 second different from one round and another round from the practice. So one round the car spin too much, one round is oversteer, one round you make normal lap, super fast lap, and another round perfect lap, and lap time is really high. So need to be focused and don't lost any second of the track. So I write everything, so I can be ready. I hope I will be ready before the track change, you know?
Yeah. Simon said in his first run that it was like half luck and half skill, you know, that he had just happened to have the right setup, because during the run, I think like 10 or 20 minutes before, it was cloudy.
Yeah.
And then the sun comes out.
Yeah.
Bright sun on the track. You know, very sharp shadows on the track. And you know, how much does that like affect things? You're going out in the pit lane. You're waiting. Your mechanic's waiting with the car. You already know what your setup is going to be. And then 10 minutes before, the sun comes out.
Everything changed. Yes. I don't think it was luck. I think he was a really good driver, and he was ready with this car in that condition.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, so last question. Everyone has said how difficult the track is. Timu and Dario have both said the entrance onto the main straight.
Wow.
Probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Point of the track.
Yeah, because from the drive stand is the point that we cannot see 100% good.
Yeah.
And when before the straight, when we come out from this corner, the car spin a little bit, so it's difficult to found the line.
Right.
And after the corner, the straight is not that straight, but it's like this.
Yeah.
So if you go a little bit far, you go in the grass and you don't understand.
Yeah,
so
And then you have the bank corner at the end.
Yeah, that wait for us.
So it's either a ramp into the fence, or you have to pick the right, especially if you're trying to pass someone, or if it's a battle. You know, it's completely different.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll let you get back to your car. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank
3
you.
rounds more to go, and obviously, you know, yes, you have Dario and you have Simon, but you know, like you say, you're the most consistent at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, yeah.
So you have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, but I already know how the end of this story. I see already this movie.
Okay. Well, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
And we'll see how it goes for you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow.
Fabulous.
Ciao.
Thank you, Comene.